Part 1, Chapter 1 of The Idiot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 1. Towards the end of November, during a thaw, at 9 o'clock one morning, a train on the Warsaw and Petersburg railway was approaching the latter city at full speed. The morning was so damp and misty that it was only with great difficulty that the day succeeded in breaking, and it was impossible to distinguish anything more than a few yards away from the carriage windows. Some of the passengers by this particular train were returning from abroad, but the third-class carriages were the best filled, chiefly with insignificant persons of various occupations and degrees, picked up at the different stations nearer town. All of them seemed weary, and most of them had sleepy eyes and a shivering expression, while their complexions generally appeared to have taken on the colour of the fog outside. When day dawned, two passengers in one of the third-class carriages found themselves opposite each other. Both were young fellows, both were rather poorly dressed, both had remarkable faces, and both were evidently anxious to start a conversation. If they had but known why, at this particular moment, they were both remarkable persons, they would undoubtedly have wondered at the strange chance which had set them down opposite to one another in a third-class carriage of the Warsaw Railway Company. One of them was a young fellow of about 27, not tall, with black curling hair and small grey fiery eyes. His nose was broad and flat, and he had high cheekbones. His thin lips were constantly compressed into an impudent, ironical, it might almost be called a malicious smile. But his forehead was high and well formed, and atoned for a good deal of the ugliness of the lower part of his face. A special feature of this physiognomy was its death-like pallor, which gave to the whole man an indescribably emaciated appearance, in spite of his hard look, and at the same time a sort of passionate and suffering expression, which did not harmonize with his impudent, sarcastic smile and keen, self-satisfied bearing. He wore a large fur, or rather Astrakhan, overcoat, which had kept him warm all night, while his neighbour had been obliged to bear the full severity of a Russian November night entirely unprepared. His wide sleeveless mantle with a large cape to it, the sort of cloak one sees upon travellers during the winter months in Switzerland or North Italy, was by no means adapted to the long cold journey through Russia, from Eydkuhnen to St Petersburg. The wearer of this cloak was a young fellow also of about 26 or 27 years of age, slightly above the middle height, very fair, with a thin, pointed and very light-coloured beard. His eyes were large and blue, and had an intent look about them, yet that heavy expression, which some people affirm to be a peculiarity as well as evidence of an epileptic subject. His face was decidedly a pleasant one for all that, refined, but quite colourless, except for the circumstance that at this moment it was blue with cold. He held a bundle made up of an old faded silk handkerchief that apparently contained all his travelling wardrobe, and wore thick shoes and gaiters, his whole appearance being very un-Russian. His black-haired neighbour inspected these peculiarities, having nothing better to do, and at length remarked, with that rude enjoyment of the discomforts of others which the common classes so often show, "Cold?" "Very," said his neighbour readily, "and this is a thaw too. Fancy if it had been a hard frost! I never thought it would be so cold in the old country. I've grown quite out of the way of it." "What, been abroad, I suppose?" "Yes, straight from Switzerland." "Phew, my goodness!" The black-haired young fellow whistled and then laughed. The conversation proceeded. The readiness of the fair-haired young man in the cloak to answer all his opposite neighbour's questions was surprising. He seemed to have no suspicion of any impertinence or inappropriateness in the fact of such questions being put to him. Replying to them, he made known to the inquirer that he certainly had been long absent from Russia, more than 4 years; that he had been sent abroad for his health; that he had suffered from some strange nervous malady, a kind of epilepsy with convulsive spasms. His interlocutor burst out laughing several times at his answers, and more than ever when to the question whether he had been cured, the patient replied, "No, they did not cure me." "Ha, that's it! You stumped up your money for nothing, and we believe in those fellows here," remarked the black-haired individual sarcastically. "Gospel truth, sir, gospel truth!" exclaimed another passenger, a shabbily dressed man of about 40, who looked like a clerk, and possessed a red nose and a very blotchy face. "Gospel truth! All they do is get hold of our good Russian money, free, gratis, and for nothing." "Oh, but you're quite wrong in my particular instance," said the Swiss patient quietly. "Of course I can't argue the matter, because I know only my own case, but my doctor gave me money, and he had very little, to pay my journey back, besides having kept me at his own expense while there for nearly 2 years." "Why, was there no one else to pay for you?" asked the black-haired one. "No, Mr. Pavlicheff, who had been supporting me there, died a couple of years ago. I wrote to Mrs. General Epanchin at the time. She is a distant relative of mine, but she did not answer my letter, and so eventually I came back." "And where have you come to?" "That is, where am I going to stay? I really don't quite know yet. Both the listeners laughed again. "I suppose your whole set-up is in that bundle, then?" asked the first. "I bet anything it is," exclaimed the red-nosed passenger with extreme satisfaction, "and that he has precious little in the luggage van; though, of course, poverty is no crime, we must remember that." It appeared that it was indeed as they had surmised. The young fellow hastened to admit the fact with wonderful readiness. "Your bundle has some importance, however," continued the clerk when they had laughed their fill. It was observable that the subject of their mirth joined in the laughter when he saw them laughing. "For though I dare say it is not stuffed full of Friedrich d'Or and Louis d'Or, judge from your costume and gaiters, still, if you can add to your possessions such a valuable property as a relation like Mrs. General Epanchin, then your bundle becomes a significant object at once. That is, of course, if you really are a relative of Mrs. Epanchin's, and have not made a little error through, well, absence of mind, which is very common to human beings, or say through a too luxuriant fancy." "Oh, you are right again," said the fair-haired traveller, "for I really am almost wrong when I say she and I are related. She is hardly a relation at all; so little, in fact, that I was not in the least surprised to have no answer to my letter. I expected as much." You spent your postage for nothing, then?" You are candid, however, and that is commendable." "Mrs. Epanchin? Oh yes, a most eminent person. I know her. As for Mr. Pavlicheff, who supported you in Switzerland, I know him too. At least, if it was to Nikolai Andreevitch of that name. A fine fellow he was, and had a property of 4,000 souls in his day." "Yes, Nikolai Andreevitch, that was his name," and the young fellow looked earnestly and with curiosity at the all-knowing gentleman with the red nose. This sort of character is met with pretty frequently in a certain class, They are people who know everyone. That is, they know where a man is employed, what his salary is, whom he knows, whom he married, what money his wife had, who are his cousins and second cousins, etc., etc. These men generally have about £100 a year to live on, and they spend their whole time and talents in the amassing of this style of knowledge, which they reduce, or raise, to the standard of a science. During the latter part of the conversation, the black-haired young man had become very impatient. He stared out of the window and fidgeted, and evidently longed for the end of the journey. He was very absent, he would appear to listen, and heard nothing, and he would laugh of a sudden, evidently with no idea of what he was laughing about. "Excuse me," said the red-nosed man to the young fellow with the bundle, rather suddenly. "Whom have I the honour to be talking to?" "Prince Lef Nicolaievitch Myshkin," replied the latter, with perfect readiness. "Prince Myshkin? Lef Nicolaievitch? I don't know, I'm sure. I may say I have never heard of such a person," said the clerk thoughtfully. "At least the name, I admit, is historical. Karamsin must mention the family name, of course, in his history, but as an individual one never hears of any Prince Myshkin nowadays." "Of course not," replied the prince. "There are none except myself. I believe I am the last and only one. As to my forefathers, they have always been a poor lot. My own father was a sub-lieutenant in the army. I don't know how Mrs. Epanchin comes into the Myshkin family, but she is descended from the Princess Myshkin, and she too is the last of her line." "And did you learn science and all that with your professor over there?" asked the black-haired passenger. "Oh yes, I did learn a little, but—" "I've never learned anything whatever," said the other. "Oh, but I learnt very little, you know," added the prince, as though excusing himself. "They could not teach me very much on account of my illness." "Do you know the Rogojins?" asked his questioner abruptly. "No, I don't, not at all. I hardly know anyone in Russia. Why, is that your name?" "Yes, I am Rogojin, Parfen Rogojin." "Parfen Rogojin? Dear me! Then don't you belong to those very Rogojins, perhaps?" began the clerk, with a very perceptible increase of civility in his tone. "Yes, those very ones," interrupted Rogojin impatiently and with scant courtesy. I may remark that he had not once taken any notice of the blotchy-faced passenger, and had hitherto addressed all his remarks direct to the prince. "Dear me, is it possible?" observed the clerk, while his face assumed an expression of great deference and servility, if not of absolute alarm. "What? A son of that very Semyon Rogojin, hereditary honourable citizen, who died a month or so ago and left 2,500,000 of roubles." "And how do you know that he left 2,500,000 of roubles?" asked Rogojin disdainfully, and not deigning so much as to look at the other. "However, it's true enough that my father died a month ago, and that here am I returning from Pskov a month after, with hardly a boot to my foot. They've treated me like a dog. I've been ill of fever at Pskov the whole time, and not a line nor farthing of money have I received from my mother or my confounded brother. And now you'll have 1,000,000 roubles at least, goodness gracious me!" exclaimed the clerk, rubbing his hands. "5 weeks since I was just like yourself," continued Rogojin, addressing the prince, "with nothing but a bundle and the clothes I wore. I ran away from my father and came to Pskov, to my aunt's house, where I caved in at once with fever, and he went and died while I was away. All honour to my respected father's memory, but he uncommonly nearly killed me all the same. Give you my word, prince, if I hadn't cut and run then, when I did, he'd have murdered me like a dog." "I suppose you angered him somehow?" asked the prince, looking at the millionaire with considerable curiosity. But though there may have been something remarkable in the fact that this man was heir to millions of roubles, There was something about him which surprised and interested the prince more than that. Rogojin, too, seemed to have taken up the conversation with unusual alacrity. It appeared that he was still in a considerable state of excitement, if not absolutely feverish, and was in real need of someone to talk to, for the mere sake of talking, a safety valve to his agitation. As for his red-nosed neighbour, the latter, since the information as to the identity of Rogojin hung over him, seemed to be living on the honey of his words and in the breath of his nostrils, catching at every syllable as though it were a pearl of great price. "Oh yes, I angered him. I certainly did anger him," replied Rogojin. "But what puts me out so is my brother. Of course my mother couldn't do anything, she's too old, and whatever brother Shonka says is law for her. But why couldn't he let me know? He sent a telegram, they say. What's the good of a telegram? It frightened my aunt so that she sent it back to the office unopened, and there it's been ever since. It's only thanks to Konyev that I heard at all. He wrote me all about it. He says my brother cut off the gold tassels from my father's coffin at night because they're worth a lot of money, says he. Why, I can get him sent off to Siberia for that alone if I like. It's sacrilege. Here, you, scarecrow," he added, addressing the clerk at his side, "is it sacrilege or not, by law?" "Sacrilege, certainly. Certainly sacrilege," said the latter. "And it's Siberia for sacrilege, isn't it?" "Undoubtedly so. Siberia, of course." "They will think that I'm still ill," continued Rogojin to the prince. "But I sloped off quietly, seedy as I was, took the train and came away. Ah, brother Shonka, you'll have to open your gates and let me in, my boy. I know he told tales about me to my father. I know that well enough. But I certainly did rile my father about Nastasia Philipovna. That's very sure. That was my own doing." "Nastasia Philipovna," said the clerk, as though trying to think out something. "Come, you know nothing about her," said Rogojin impatiently. "And supposing I do know something," observed the other triumphantly. "Bosh! There are plenty of Nastasia Philipovnas. And what an impertinent beast you are," he added angrily. "I thought some creature like you would hang on to me as soon as I got hold of my money." "Oh, but I do know, as it happens," said the clerk in an aggravating manner. "Lebedeff knows all about her. You are pleased to reproach me, your excellency. But what if I prove that I am right after all? Nastasia Philipovna's family name is Barashkov. I know, you see, and she is a very well-known lady indeed, and comes of a good family too. She is connected with one Totsky, Afanasy Ivanovitch, a man of considerable property, a director of companies and so on, and a great friend of General Epanchin, who is interested in the same matters as he is." "My eyes," said Rogojin, really surprised at last. "The devil take the fellow! How does he know that?" "Why, he knows everything. Lebedeff knows everything. I was a month or two with Lihachof after his father died, your excellency, and while he was knocking about (he's in the debtor's prison now), I was with him, and he couldn't do a thing without Lebedeff. And I got to know Nastasia Philipovna and several people at that time." "Nastasia Philipovna? Why, you don't mean to say that she and Lihachof—" cried Rogojin, turning quite pale. "No, nothing of the sort, I assure you," said Lebedeff hastily. "Oh dear no, not for the world. Totski's the only man with any chance there. Oh no. He takes her to his box at the opera at the French theatre of an evening, and the officers and people all look at her and say, 'By Jove, there's the famous Nastasia Philipovna.' But no one ever gets any further than that, for there is nothing more to say." "Yes, it's quite true," said Rogojin, frowning gloomily. "So Zaleshoff told me. I was walking about the Nevsky one fine day, prince, in my father's old coat, when she suddenly came out of a shop and stepped into her carriage. I swear I was all of a blaze at once. Then I met Zaleshoff, looking like a hairdresser's assistant, got up as fine as I don't know who, while I looked like a tinker. 'Don't flatter yourself, my boy,' said he. 'She's not for such as you. She's a princess, she is, and her name is Nastasia Philipovna Barashkov, and she lives with Totski, who wishes to get rid of her because he's growing rather old, 55 or so, and wants to marry a certain beauty, the loveliest woman in all Petersburg.' And then he told me that I could see Nastasia Philipovna at the opera house that evening if I liked, and described which was her box. Well, I'd like to see my father allowing any of us to go to the theatre. He'd sooner have killed us any day. However, I went for an hour or so and saw Nastasia Philipovna, and I never slept a wink all night after. Next morning my father happened to give me 2 government loan bonds to sell, worth nearly 5,000 roubles each. 'Sell them,' said he, 'and then take 7,500 roubles to the office, give them to the cashier, and bring me back the rest of the 10,000, without looking in anywhere on the way. Look sharp, I shall be waiting for you.' Well, I sold the bonds, but I didn't take the 7,000 roubles to the office. I went straight to the English shop and chose a pair of earrings, with a diamond the size of a nut in each. They cost 400 roubles more than I had, so I gave my name, and they trusted me. With the earrings I went at once to Zaleshoff's. 'Come on,' I said, 'come on to Nastasia Philipovna's.' And off we went without more ado. I tell you, I hadn't a notion of what was about me or before me or below my feet all the way. I saw nothing whatever. We went straight into her drawing-room, and then she came out to us. I didn't dare say right out who I was, but Zaleshoff said, 'From Parfen Rogojin, in memory of his first meeting with you yesterday, be so kind as to accept these.' She opened the parcel, looked at the earrings, and laughed. 'Thank your friend Mr. Rogojin for his kind attention,' says she, and bowed and went off. Why didn't I die there on the spot? The worst of it all, though, was that the beast Zaleshoff got all the credit of it. I was short and abominably dressed, and stood and stared in her face and never said a word, because I was shy, like an ass. And there was he all in the fashion, pomaded and dressed out, with a smart tie on, bowing and scraping, and I bet anything she took him for me all the while. 'Look here now,' I said when we came out, 'none of your interference here after this, do you understand?' He laughed. 'And how are you going to settle up with your father?' says he. I thought I might as well jump into the Neva at once without going home first. But it struck me that I wouldn't after all, and I went home feeling like one of the damned. 'My goodness!' shivered the clerk. 'And his father,' he added, for the prince's instruction, 'and his father would have given a man a ticket to the other world for 10 roubles any day, not to speak of 10,000. The prince observed Rogojin with great curiosity. He seemed paler than ever at this moment. 'What do you know about it?' cried the latter. 'Well, my father learned the whole story at once, and Zaleshoff blabbed it all over the town besides. So he took me upstairs and locked me up, and swore at me for an hour. "This is only a foretaste," says he. "Wait a bit till night comes, and I'll come back and talk to you again." Well, what do you think? The old fellow went straight off to Nastasia Philipovna, touched the floor with his forehead, and began blubbering and beseeching her on his knees to give him back the diamonds. So after a while she brought the box and flew out at him. "There," she says, "take your earrings, you wretched old miser. although they are 10 times dearer than their value to me, now that I know what it must have cost Parfen to get them. Give Parfen my compliments," she says, "and thank him very much." Well, I meanwhile had borrowed 25 roubles from a friend, and off I went to Pskoff to my aunt's. The old woman there lectured me so that I left the house and went on a drinking tour round the public houses of the place. I was in a high fever when I got to Pskoff, and by nightfall I was lying delirious in the streets somewhere or other. "Oh, ho! We'll make Nastasia Philipovna sing another song now," giggled Lebedeff, rubbing his hands with glee. "Hey, my boy, we'll get her some proper earrings now. We'll get her such earrings that—" "Look here," cried Rogojin, seizing him fiercely by the arm. "Look here, if you so much as name Nastasia Philipovna again, I'll tan your hide as sure as you sit there." "Aha, do, by all means. If you tan my hide you won't turn me away from your society. You'll bind me to you, with your lash, forever. Ha, ha, ha! Here we are at the station, though." Sure enough, the train was just steaming in as he spoke. Though Rogojin had declared that he left Pskoff secretly, a large collection of friends had assembled to greet him, and did so with profuse waving of hats and shouting. "Why, there's Zaleshoff here too," he muttered, gazing at the scene with a sort of triumphant but unpleasant smile. Then he suddenly turned to the prince. "Prince, I don't know why I've taken a fancy to you. Perhaps because I met you just when I did. But no, it can't be that, for I met this fellow," nodding at Lebedeff, "too, and I have not taken a fancy to him by any means. Come to see me, prince. We'll take off those gaiters of yours and dress you up in a smart fur coat, the best we can buy. You shall have a dress coat, best quality, white waistcoat, anything you like, and your pocket shall be full of money. Come, and you shall go with me to Nastasia Philipovna's. Now then, will you come or no?" "Accept, accept, Prince Lef Nikolaevitch," said Lebedeff solemnly. "Don't let it slip. Accept, quick." Prince Myshkin rose and stretched out his hand courteously, while he replied with some cordiality, "I will come with the greatest pleasure, and thank you very much for taking a fancy to me. I dare say I may even come today if I have time, for I tell you frankly that I like you very much too. I liked you especially when you told us about the diamond earrings, but I liked you before that as well, though you have such a dark, clouded sort of face. Thanks very much for the offer of clothes and a fur coat. I shall certainly require both clothes and coat very soon. As for money, I have hardly a kopeck about me at this moment." "You shall have lots of money. By the evening I shall have plenty, so come along." "That's true enough, he'll have lots before evening," put in Lebedeff. "But look here, are you a great hand with the ladies? Let's know that first," asked Rogojin. "Oh no," said the prince. "I couldn't, you know, my illness. I hardly ever saw a soul." "Well, here, you fellow, you can come along with me now if you like," cried Rogojin to Lebedeff, and so they all left the carriage. Lebedeff had his desire. He went off with the noisy group of Rogojin's friends towards the Voznesensky, while the prince's route lay towards the Litaynaya. It was damp and wet. The prince asked his way of passers-by, and finding that he was a couple of miles or so from his destination, he determined to take a droshky. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Part 1, Chapter 2 of The Idiot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 2. General Epanchin lived in his own house near the Litaynaya. Besides this large residence, 5/6 of which was let in flats and lodgings, the general was owner of another enormous house in the Sadovaya, bringing in even more rent than the first. Besides these houses he had a delightful little estate just out of town, and some sort of factory in another part of the city. General Epanchin, as everyone knew, had a good deal to do with certain government monopolies. He was also a voice, and an important one, in many rich public companies of various descriptions. In fact, he enjoyed the reputation of being a well-to-do man of busy habits, many ties, and affluent means. He had made himself indispensable in several quarters, amongst others in his department of the government, and yet it was a known fact that Fyodor Ivanovitch Epanchin was a man of no education whatever, and had absolutely risen from the ranks. This last fact could of course reflect nothing but credit upon the general, and yet, though unquestionably a sagacious man, he had his own little weaknesses, very excusable ones, one of which was a dislike to any allusion to the above circumstance. He was undoubtedly clever. For instance, he made a point of never asserting himself when he would gain more by keeping in the background, and in consequence many exalted personages valued him principally for his humility and simplicity, and because he knew his place. And yet if these good people could only have had a peep into the mind of this excellent fellow who knew his place so well! The fact is that in spite of his knowledge of the world and his really remarkable abilities, he always liked to appear to be carrying out other people's ideas rather than his own. And also his luck seldom failed him, even at cards, for which he had a passion that he did not attempt to conceal. He played for high stakes, and moved altogether in very varied society. As to age, General Epanchin was in the very prime of life, that is, about 55 years of age, the flowering time of existence, when real enjoyment of life begins. His healthy appearance, good colour, sound though discoloured teeth, sturdy figure, preoccupied air during business hours, and jolly good humour during his game at cards in the evening, all bore witness to his success in life, and combined to make existence a bed of roses to his excellency. The general was lord of a flourishing family, consisting of his wife and 3 grown-up daughters. He had married young, while still a lieutenant, his wife being a girl of about his own age, who possessed neither beauty nor education, and who brought him no more than 50 souls of landed property, which little estate served, however, as a nest-egg for far more important accumulations. The general never regretted his early marriage, or regarded it as a foolish youthful escapade, and he so respected and feared his wife that he was very near loving her. Mrs. Epanchin came of the princely stock of Myshkin, which, if not a brilliant, was at all events a decidedly ancient family, and she was extremely proud of her descent. With a few exceptions, the worthy couple had lived through their long union very happily. While still young, the wife had been able to make important friends among the aristocracy, partly by virtue of her family descent, and partly by her own exertions, while in after life, thanks to their wealth and to the position of her husband in the service, she took her place among the higher circles as by right. During these last few years, all 3 of the general's daughters, Alexandra, Adelaida and Aglaya, had grown up and matured. Of course they were only Epanchins, but their mother's family was noble. They might expect considerable fortunes, Their father had hopes of attaining to very high rank indeed in his country's service, all of which was satisfactory. All three of the girls were decidedly pretty, even the eldest, Alexandra, who was just 25 years old. The middle daughter was now 23, while the youngest, Aglaya, was 20. This youngest girl was absolutely a beauty, and had begun of late to attract considerable attention in society. But this was not all, for every one of the three was clever, well educated, and accomplished. It was a matter of general knowledge that the three girls were very fond of one another, and supported each other in every way. It was even said that the two elder ones had made certain sacrifices for the sake of the idol of the household, Aglaya. In society they not only disliked asserting themselves, but were actually retiring. Certainly no one could blame them for being too arrogant or haughty, and yet everybody was well aware that they were proud, and quite understood their own value. The eldest was musical, while the second was a clever artist, which fact she had concealed until lately. In a word, the world spoke well of the girls, but they were not without their enemies, and occasionally people talked with horror of the number of books they had read. They were in no hurry to marry. They liked good society, but were not too keen about it. All this was the more remarkable because everyone was well aware of the hopes and aims of their parents. It was about 11 o'clock in the forenoon when the prince rang the bell at General Epanchin's door. The general lived on the first floor or flat of the house, as modest a lodging as his position permitted. A liveried servant opened the door, and the prince was obliged to enter into long explanations with this gentleman, who from the first glance looked at him and his bundle with grave suspicion. At last, however, on the repeated positive assurance that he really was Prince Myshkin, and must absolutely see the general on business, the bewildered domestic showed him into a little antechamber, leading to a waiting room that adjoined the general's study. There handing him over to another servant, whose duty it was to be in this antechamber all the morning and announce visitors to the general. This second individual wore a dress coat, and was some 40 years of age. He was the general's special study servant, and well aware of his own importance. "Wait in the next room, please, and leave your bundle here," said the doorkeeper, as he sat down comfortably in his own easy chair in the antechamber. He looked at the prince in severe surprise, as the latter settled himself in another chair alongside, with his bundle on his knees. "If you don't mind, I would rather sit here with you," said the prince. "I should prefer it to sitting in there." "Oh, but you can't stay here. You are a visitor, a guest, so to speak. Is it the general himself you wish to see?" The man evidently could not take in the idea of such a shabby-looking visitor, and had decided to ask once more. "Yes, I have business," began the prince. "I do not ask you what your business may be. All I have to do is to announce you, and unless the secretary comes in here, I cannot do that." The man's suspicions seemed to increase more and more. The prince was too unlike the usual run of daily visitors, and although the general certainly did receive, on business, all sorts and conditions of men, yet in spite of this fact the servant felt great doubts on the subject of this particular visitor. The presence of the secretary as an intermediary was, he judged, essential in this case. "Surely you are from abroad?" he inquired at last in a confused sort of way. He had begun his sentence intending to say, "Surely you are not Prince Myshkin, are you?" "Yes, straight from the train. Did not you intend to say, 'Surely you are not Prince Myshkin,' just now, but refrained out of politeness?" "H'm!" grunted the astonished servant. "I assure you I am not deceiving you. You shall not have to answer for me. As to my being dressed like this and carrying a bundle, there's nothing surprising in that. The fact is, my circumstances are not particularly rosy at this moment." "No, no, I'm not afraid of that, you see. I have to announce you, that's all. The secretary will be out directly. That is, unless you— yes, that's the rub. Unless you— Come, you must allow me to ask you, you've not come to beg, have you?" "Oh dear, no. You can be perfectly easy on that score. I have quite another matter on hand." "You must excuse my asking, you know. Your appearance led me to think— But just wait for the secretary. The general is busy now, but the secretary is sure to come out." "Oh, well, look here, if I have some time to wait, would you mind telling me, is there any place about where I could have a smoke? I have my pipe and tobacco with me." "Smoke?" said the man in shocked but disdainful surprise, blinking his eyes at the prince as though he could not believe his senses. "No, sir, you cannot smoke here, and I wonder you are not ashamed of the very suggestion. Ah! A cool idea that, I declare." "Oh, I didn't mean in this room. I know I can't smoke here, of course. I'd adjourn to some other room, wherever you'd like to show me to. You see, I'm used to smoking a good deal, and now I haven't had a puff for 3 hours. However, just as you like." "Now how on earth am I to announce a man like that?" muttered the servant. "In the first place, you've no right in here at all. You ought to be in the waiting-room, because you're a sort of visitor, a guest, in fact, and I shall catch it for this. Look here, do you intend to take up your abode with us?" he added, glancing once more at the prince's bundle, which evidently gave him no peace. "No, I don't think so. I don't think I should stay, even if they were to invite me. I've simply come to make their acquaintance, and nothing more." "Make their acquaintance?" asked the man in amazement, and with redoubled suspicion. "Then why did you say you had business with the general?" "Oh, well, very little business. There is one little matter, some advice I am going to ask him for. But my principal object is simply to introduce myself, because I am Prince Myshkin, and Madame Epanchin is the last of her branch of the house, and besides herself and me there are no other Myshkins left." "What? You're a relation, then, are you?" asked the servant, so bewildered that he began to feel quite alarmed. "Well, hardly so. If you stretch a point, we are relations, of course, but so distant that one cannot really take cognizance of it. I once wrote to your mistress from abroad, but she did not reply. However, I have thought it right to make acquaintance with her on my arrival. I am telling you all this in order to ease your mind, for I see you are still far from comfortable on my account. All you have to do is to announce me as Prince Myshkin, and the object of my visit will be plain enough. If I am received, very good. If not, well, very good again. But they are sure to receive me, I should think. Madame Epanchin will naturally be curious to see the only remaining representative of her family. She values her Myshkin descent very highly, if I am rightly informed." The prince's conversation was artless and confiding to a degree, and the servant could not help feeling that, as from visitor to common serving-man, this state of things was highly improper. His conclusion was that one of two things must be the explanation: either that this was a begging impostor, or that the prince, if prince he were, was simply a fool, without the slightest ambition. For a sensible prince with any ambition would certainly not wait about in anterooms with servants, and talk of his own private affairs like this. In either case, how was he to announce this singular visitor? "I really think I must request you to step into the next room," he said with all the insistence he could muster. "Why? If I had been sitting there now, I should not have had the opportunity of making these personal explanations. I see you are still uneasy about me, and keep eyeing my cloak and bundle. Don't you think you might go in yourself now, without waiting for the secretary to come out?" "No, no, I can't announce a visitor like yourself without the secretary. Besides, the general said he was not to be disturbed. He is with the Colonel C. Gavrila Ardalionovitch goes in without announcing." "Who may that be? A clerk?" "What, Gavrila Ardalionovitch? Oh no, he belongs to one of the companies. Look here, at all events, put your bundle down. Here." "Yes, I will if I may. And can I take off my cloak?" "Of course. You can't go in there with it on, anyhow." The prince rose and took off his mantle, revealing a neat enough morning costume, a little worn but well made. He wore a steel watch chain, and from this chain there hung a silver Geneva watch. Fool the prince might be, still the general's servant felt that it was not correct for him to continue to converse thus with a visitor, in spite of the fact that the prince pleased him somehow. "And what time of day does the lady receive?" the latter asked, reseating himself in his old place. "Oh, that's not in my province. I believe she receives at any time. It depends on the visitors. The dressmaker goes in at 11. Gavrila Ardalionovitch is allowed much earlier than other people, too. He is even admitted to early lunch now and then." "It is much warmer in the rooms here than it is abroad at this season," observed the prince. "But it is much warmer there out of doors. As for the houses, a Russian can't live in them in the winter until he gets accustomed to them." "Don't they heat them at all?" "Well, they do heat them a little, but the houses and stoves are so different to ours." Were you long away?" "4 years, and I was in the same place nearly all the time, in one village." "You must have forgotten Russia, hadn't you?" "Yes, indeed I had, a good deal. And would you believe it, I often wonder at myself for not having forgotten how to speak Russian. Even now, as I talk to you, I keep saying to myself how well I am speaking it. Perhaps that is partly why I am so talkative this morning. I assure you, ever since yesterday evening I've had the strongest desire to go on and on talking Russian." "Yes. Did you live in Petersburg in former years?" This good flunkey, in spite of his conscientious scruples, really could not resist continuing such a very genteel and agreeable conversation. "In Petersburg? Oh no, hardly at all. And now they say so much is changed in the place that even those who did know it well are obliged to relearn what they knew. They talk a good deal about the new law courts and changes there, don't they?" "Yes, that's true enough. Well now, how is the law over there? Do they administer it more justly than here?" "Oh, I don't know about that. I've heard much that is good about our legal administration, too. There is no capital punishment here, for one thing." "Is there over there?" "Yes, I saw an execution in France, at Lyons. Schneider took me over with him to see it." "What, did they hang the fellow?" "No, they cut off people's heads in France." "What did the fellow do? Yell?" "Oh no, it's the work of an instant. They put a man inside a frame, and a sort of broad knife falls by machinery. They call the thing a guillotine. It falls with fearful force and weight. The head springs off so quickly that you can't wink your eye in between. But all the preparations are so dreadful. When they announce the sentence, you know, and prepare the criminal and tie his hands, and cart him off to the scaffold, that's the fearful part of the business. The people all crowd round, even women, though they don't at all approve of women looking on." "No, it's not a thing for women." "Of course not, of course not. Bah, the criminal was a fine, intelligent, fearless man. Le Gros was his name, and I may tell you, believe it or not as you like, that when that man stepped upon the scaffold, he cried. He did indeed. He was as white as a bit of paper. Isn't it a dreadful idea that he should have cried? Cried! Who ever heard of a grown man crying from fear? Not a child, but a man who never had cried before, a grown man of 45 years. Imagine what must have been going on in that man's mind at such a moment, what dreadful convulsions his whole spirit must have endured. It is an outrage on the soul, that's what it is. Because it is said, 'Thou shalt not kill,' is he to be killed because he murdered someone else? No, it is not right, it's an impossible theory. I assure you, I saw the sight a month ago, and it's dancing before my eyes to this moment. I dream of it, often." The prince had grown animated as he spoke, and a tinge of colour suffused his pale face, though his way of talking was as quiet as ever. The servant followed his words with sympathetic interest. Clearly he was not at all anxious to bring the conversation to an end. Who knows? Perhaps he too was a man of imagination and with some capacity for thought. "Well, at all events, it is a good thing that there's no pain when the poor fellow's head flies off," he remarked. "Do you know, though," cried the prince warmly, "you made that remark now, and everyone says the same thing, and the machine is designed with the purpose of avoiding pain, this guillotine, I mean. But a thought came into my head then. What if it be a bad plan, after all? You may laugh at my idea, perhaps, but I could not help its occurring to me all the same. Now with the rack and tortures and so on, you suffer terrible pain, of course, but then your torture is bodily pain only, although no doubt you have plenty of that, until you die. But here, I should imagine the most terrible part of the whole punishment is, not the bodily pain at all, but the certain knowledge that in an hour, then in 10 minutes, then in half a minute, then now, this very instant, your soul must quit your body, and that you will no longer be a man, and that this is certain, certain. That's the point, the certainty of it. Just that instant when you place your head on the block and hear the iron grate over your head, then, that quarter of a second is the most awful of all. This is not my own fantastical opinion. Many people have thought the same, but I feel it so deeply that I'll tell you what I think. I believe that to execute a man for murder is to punish him immeasurably more dreadfully than is equivalent to his crime. A murder by sentence is far more dreadful than a murder committed by a criminal. The man who is attacked by robbers at night, in a dark wood or anywhere, undoubtedly hopes and hopes that he may yet escape until the very moment of his death. There are plenty of instances of a man running away or imploring for mercy, at all events hoping on in some degree, even after his throat was cut. But in the case of an execution, that last hope, having which it is so immeasurably less dreadful to die, is taken away from the wretch, and certainty substituted in its place. There is his sentence, and with it that terrible certainty that he cannot possibly escape death, which I consider must be the most dreadful anguish in the world. You may place a soldier before a cannon's mouth in battle and fire upon him, and he will still hope. But read to that same soldier his death sentence, and he will either go mad or burst into tears. Who dares to say that any man can suffer this without going mad? No, no! It is an abuse, a shame. It is unnecessary. Why should such a thing exist? Doubtless there may be men who have been sentenced, who have suffered this mental anguish for a while, and then have been reprieved. Perhaps such men may have been able to relate their feelings afterwards. Our Lord Christ spoke of this anguish and dread. No, 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 no man should be treated so. No man, no man. The servant, though of course he could not have expressed all this as the prince did, still clearly entered into it and was greatly conciliated. as was evident from the increased amiability of his expression. "If you are really very anxious for a smoke," he remarked, "I think it might possibly be managed, if you are very quick about it. You see, they might come out and inquire for you, and you wouldn't be on the spot. You see that door there? Go in there and you'll find a little room on the right. You can smoke there, only open the window, because I ought not to allow it, really, and—" But there was no time after all. A young fellow entered the ante-room at this moment, with a bundle of papers in his hand. The footman hastened to help him take off his overcoat. The new arrival glanced at the prince out of the corners of his eyes. "This gentleman declares, Gavrila Ardalionovitch," began the man confidentially and almost familiarly, "that he is Prince Myshkin and a relative of Madame Epanchin's. He has just arrived from abroad, with nothing but a bundle by way of luggage." The prince did not hear the rest, because at this point the servant continued his communication in a whisper. Gavrila Ardalionovitch listened attentively, and gazed at the prince with great curiosity. At last he motioned the man aside and stepped hurriedly towards the prince. "Are you Prince Myshkin?" he asked with the greatest courtesy and amiability. He was a remarkably handsome young fellow of some 28 summers, fair and of middle height. He wore a small beard, and his face was most intelligent. Yet his smile, in spite of its sweetness, was a little thin, if I may so call it, and showed his teeth too evenly. His gaze, though decidedly good-humoured and ingenuous, was a trifle too inquisitive and intent to be altogether agreeable. Probably when he is alone he looks quite different, and hardly smiles at all, thought the prince. He explained about himself in a few words, very much the same as he had told the footman and Rogojin beforehand. Gavrila Ardalionovitch meanwhile seemed to be trying to recall something. "Was it not you, then, who sent a letter a year or less ago, from Switzerland, I think it was, to Elizabetha Prokofievna, Mrs. Epanchin?" "It was." "Oh, then, of course they will remember who you are. You wish to see the general? I'll tell him at once. He will be free in a minute. But you had better wait in the antechamber, hadn't you? Why is he here?" he added severely to the man. "I tell you, sir, he wished it himself." At this moment the study door opened, and a military man, with a portfolio under his arm, came out talking loudly, and after bidding good-bye to someone inside, took his departure. "You there, Gania?" cried a voice from the study. "Come in here, will you?" Gavrila Ardalionovitch nodded to the prince and entered the room hastily. A couple of minutes later the door opened again, and the affable voice of Gania cried, "Come in, please, prince." End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Part 1, Chapter 3 of The Idiot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 3. General Ivan Fyodorovitch Epanchin was standing in the middle of the room, and gazed with great curiosity at the prince as he entered. He even advanced a couple of steps to meet him. The prince came forward and introduced himself. "Quite so," replied the general. "And what can I do for you?" "Oh, I have no special business. My principal object was to make your acquaintance. I should not like to disturb you. I do not know your times and arrangements here, you see, but I have only just arrived. I came straight from the station. I come direct from Switzerland." The general very nearly smiled, but thought better of it and kept his smile back. Then he reflected, blinked his eyes, stared at his guest once more from head to foot, then abruptly motioned him to a chair, sat down himself, and waited with some impatience for the prince to speak. Gania stood at his table in the far corner of the room, turning over papers. "I have not much time for making acquaintances as a rule," said the general, "but as of course you have your object in coming, I felt sure you would think I had some object in view when I resolved to pay you this visit," the prince interrupted. "But I give you my word, beyond the pleasure of making your acquaintance, I had no personal object whatever." "The pleasure is of course mutual, but life is not all pleasure, as you are aware. There is such a thing as business, and I really do not see what possible reason there can be, or what we have in common to—" "Oh, there is no reason, of course, and I suppose there is nothing in common between us, or very little. For if I am Prince Myshkin, and your wife happens to be a member of my house, that can hardly be called a reason. I quite understand that. And yet that was my whole motive for coming. You see, I have not been in Russia for 4 years, and knew very little about anything when I left. I had been very ill for a long time, and I feel now the need of a few good friends. In fact, I have a certain question upon which I much need advice, and do not know whom to go to for it. I thought of your family when I was passing through Berlin. They are almost relations, I said to myself, so I'll begin with them. Perhaps we may get on with each other, I with them and they with me, if they are kind people. And I have heard that you are very kind people." "Oh, thank you, I'm sure," replied the general, considerably taken aback. "May I ask where you have taken up your quarters?" "Nowhere as yet." "What? Straight from the station to my house? And how about your luggage?" "I only had a small bundle containing linen with me, nothing more. I can carry it in my hand easily. There will be plenty of time to take a room in some hotel by the evening." "Oh, then you do intend to take a room?" "Of course." "To judge from your words, you came straight to my house with the intention of staying there." "That can only have been on your invitation. I confess, however, that I should not have stayed here, even if you had invited me. Not for any particular reason, but because it is, well, contrary to my practice and nature, somehow." "Oh, indeed? Then it is perhaps as well that I neither did invite you, nor do invite you now. Excuse me, prince, but we had better make this matter clear once for all. We have just agreed that with regard to our relationship there is not much to be said, though of course it would have been very delightful to us to feel that such relationship did actually exist. Therefore, perhaps I had better get up and go away," said the prince, laughing merrily as he rose from his place, just as merrily as though the circumstances were by no means strained or difficult. "And I give you my word, General, that though I know nothing whatever of manners and customs of society, and how people live and all that, yet I felt quite sure that this visit of mine would end exactly as it has ended now. Oh, well, I suppose it's all right. Especially as my letter was not answered." The prince's expression was so good-natured at this moment, and so entirely free even from a suspicion of unpleasant feeling was the smile with which he looked at the general as he spoke, that the latter suddenly paused, and appeared to gaze at his guest from quite a new point of view, all in an instant. "Do you know, prince," he said in quite a different tone, "I do not know you at all, yet, and after all, Elizabetha Prokofievna would very likely be pleased to have a peep at a man of her own name. Wait a little, if you don't mind, and if you have time to spare." "Oh, I assure you I've lots of time. My time is entirely my own." And the prince immediately replaced his soft round hat on the table. "I confess I thought Elizabetha Prokofievna would very likely remember that I had written her a letter. Just now your servant, outside there, was dreadfully suspicious that I had come to beg of you. I noticed that. Probably he has very strict instructions on that score. But I assure you I did not come to beg. I came to make some friends. But I am rather bothered at having disturbed you. That's all I care about." "Look here, prince," said the general with a cordial smile. "If you really are the sort of man you appear to be, it may be a source of great pleasure to us to make your better acquaintance. But you see I am a very busy man, and have to be perpetually sitting here and signing papers, or off to see his excellency, or to my department, or somewhere. So that, though I should be glad to see more of people, nice people, you see however, I'm sure you're so well brought up that you will see at once. But how old are you, prince?" 26. "No, I thought you very much younger." "Yes, they say I have a young face. As to disturbing you, I shall soon learn to avoid doing that, for I hate disturbing people. Besides, you and I are so differently constituted, I should think, that there must be very little in common between us. Not that I will ever believe that there is nothing in common between any two people, as some declare is the case. I am sure people make a great mistake in sorting each other into groups by appearances. But I'm boring you, I see. Just 2 words. Have you any means at all? Or perhaps you may be intending to undertake some sort of employment. Excuse my questioning you, but—" "Oh, my dear sir, I esteem and understand your kindness in putting the question. No, at present I have no means whatever, and no employment either, but I hope to find some. I was living on other people abroad. Schneider, the professor who treated me, and taught me too, in Switzerland, gave me just enough money for my journey, so that now I have but a few kopecks left. There certainly is one question upon which I am anxious to have advice, but—" "Tell me, how do you intend to live now, and what are your plans?" interrupted the general. "I wish to work, somehow or other." "Oh yes, but then, you see, you are a philosopher. Have you any talents, or ability in any direction? That is, any that would bring in money and bread? Excuse me again." "Oh, don't apologize. No, I don't think I have either talents or special abilities of any kind. On the contrary. I have always been an invalid and unable to learn much. As for bread, I should think—" The general interrupted once more with questions, while the prince again replied with the narrative we have heard before. It appeared that the general had known Pavlicheff. But why the latter had taken an interest in the prince, that young gentleman could not explain, probably by virtue of the old friendship with his father, he thought. The prince had been left an orphan when quite a little child, and Pavlicheff had entrusted him to an old lady, a relative of his own, living in the country, the child needing the fresh air and exercise of country life. He was educated first by a governess and afterwards by a tutor, but could not remember much about this time of his life. His fits were so frequent then that they made almost an idiot of him. The prince used the expression idiot himself. Pavlicheff had met Professor Schneider in Berlin, and the latter had persuaded him to send the boy to Switzerland, to Schneider's establishment there, for the cure of his epilepsy. And 5 years before this time the prince was sent off. But Pavlicheff had died 2 or 3 years since, and Schneider had himself supported the young fellow, from that day to this, at his own expense. Although he had not quite cured him, he had greatly improved his condition. And now, at last, at the prince's own desire, and because of a certain matter which came to the ears of the latter, Schneider had dispatched the young man to Russia. The general was much astonished. "Then you have no one, absolutely no one in Russia?" he asked. "No one at present, but I hope to make friends. And then I have a letter from—" "At all events," put in the general, not listening to the news about the letter, "at all events you must have learned something. And your malady would not prevent your undertaking some easy work in one of the departments, for instance." "Oh dear, no! Oh no! As for a situation, I should much like to find one, for I am anxious to discover what I really am fit for. I have learned a good deal in the last 4 years, and besides I read a great many Russian books." "Russian books, indeed? Then of course you can read and write quite correctly." "Oh dear, yes." "Capital. And your handwriting?" "Ah, there I am really talented. I may say I am a real calligraphist. Let me write you something, just to show you," said the prince with some excitement. "With pleasure. In fact, it is very necessary. I like your readiness, prince. In fact, I must say, I like you very well altogether," said the general. "What delightful writing materials you have here, such a lot of pencils and things, and what beautiful paper. It's a charming room altogether. I know that picture, it's a Swiss view. I'm sure the artist painted it from nature, and that I have seen the very place. Quite likely, though I bought it here. Gania, give the prince some paper. Here are pens and paper. Now then, take this table. What's this?" the general continued to Gania, who had that moment taken a large photograph out of his portfolio and shown it to his senior. "Hallo! Nastasia Philipovna! Did she send it you herself?" "Herself?" he inquired with much curiosity and great animation. "She gave it me just now, when I called in to congratulate her. I asked her for it long ago. I don't know whether she meant it for a hint that I had come empty-handed, without a present for her birthday, or what," added Gania with an unpleasant smile. "Oh, nonsense, nonsense," said the general with decision. "What extraordinary ideas you have, Gania, as if she would hint. That's not her way at all. Besides, what could you give her without having thousands at your disposal? You might have given her your portrait, however. Has she ever asked you for it?" "No, not yet. Very likely she never will. I suppose you haven't forgotten about tonight, have you, Ivan Fedorovitch? You were one of those specially invited, you know." "Oh no, I remember all right, and I shall go, of course. I should think so. She's 25 years old today. And you know, Gania, you must be ready for great things. She has promised both myself and Afanasy Ivanovitch that she will give a decided answer tonight, yes or no, so be prepared." Gania suddenly became so ill at ease that his face grew paler than ever. "Are you sure she said that?" he asked, and his voice seemed to quiver as he spoke. "Yes, she promised. We both worried her so that she gave in. But she wished us to tell you nothing about it until the day." The general watched Gania's confusion intently, and clearly did not like it. "Remember, Ivan Fedorovitch," said Gania in great agitation, "that I was to be free too until her decision, and that even then I was to have my yes or no free." "Why, don't you? Aren't you?" began the general in alarm. "Oh, don't misunderstand." "But, my dear fellow, what are you doing? What do you mean?" "Oh, I'm not rejecting her. I may have expressed myself badly, but I didn't mean that." "Reject her? I should think not," said the general with annoyance, and apparently not in the least anxious to conceal it. "Why, my dear fellow, it's not a question of your rejecting her. It is whether you are prepared to receive her consent joyfully and with proper satisfaction. How are things going on at home?" "At home? Oh, I can do as I like there, of course. Only my father will make a fool of himself as usual.
He is rapidly becoming a general nuisance. I don't ever talk to him now, but I hold him in check, safe enough. I swear if it had not been for my mother I would have shown him the way out long ago. My mother is always crying, of course, and my sister sulks. I had to tell them at last that I intended to be master of my own destiny, and that I expect to be obeyed at home. At least I gave my sister to understand as much, and my mother was present. "Well, I must say I cannot understand it," said the general, shrugging his shoulders and dropping his hands. "You remember your mother, Nina Alexandrovna? That day she came and sat here and groaned, and when I asked her what was the matter, she said, 'Oh, it's such a dishonour to us.' Dishonour! Stuff and nonsense! I should like to know who can reproach Nastasia Philipovna, or who can say a word of any kind against her. Did she mean because Nastasia had been living with Totski? What nonsense it is! You would not let her come near your daughters, says Nina Alexandrovna. What next, I wonder? I don't see how she can fail to understand." "Her own position," prompted Gania. "She does understand. Don't be annoyed with her. I have warned her not to meddle in other people's affairs. However, although there's comparative peace at home at present, the storm will break if anything is finally settled tonight." The prince heard the whole of the foregoing conversation as he sat at the table writing. He finished at last, and brought the result of his labour to the general's desk. "So this is Nastasia Philipovna," he said, looking attentively and curiously at the portrait. "How wonderfully beautiful!" he immediately added, with warmth. The picture was certainly that of an unusually lovely woman. She was photographed in a black silk dress of simple design. Her hair was evidently dark and plainly arranged. Her eyes were deep and thoughtful, the expression of her face passionate but proud. She was rather thin, perhaps, and a little pale. Both Gania and the general gazed at the prince in amazement. "How do you know it's Nastasia Philipovna?" asked the general. "You surely don't know her already, do you?" "Yes, I do. I have only been one day in Russia, but I have heard of the great beauty." And the prince proceeded to narrate his meeting with Rogojin in the train and the whole of the latter's story. "There's news!" said the general in some excitement, after listening to the story with engrossed attention. "Oh, of course it's nothing but humbug!" cried Gania, a little disturbed, however. "It's all humbug. The young merchant was pleased to indulge in a little innocent recreation. I have heard something of Rogojin." "Yes, so have I," replied the general. "Nastasia Philipovna told us all about the earrings that very day. But now it's quite a different matter. You see, the fellow really has 1,000,000 of roubles, and he is passionately in love. The whole story smells of passion, and we all know what this class of gentry is capable of when infatuated. I am much afraid of some disagreeable scandal. I am indeed." "You are afraid of the 1,000,000, I suppose," said Gania, grinning and showing his teeth. "And you are not, I presume, hm?" "How did he strike you, prince?" asked Gania suddenly. "Did he seem to be a serious sort of a man, or just a common rowdy fellow? What was your opinion about the matter?" While Gania put this question, a new idea suddenly flashed into his brain and blazed out impatiently in his eyes. The general, who was really agitated and disturbed, looked at the prince too, but did not seem to expect much from his reply. "I really don't quite know how to tell you," replied the prince, "but it certainly did seem to me that the man was full of passion, and not perhaps quite healthy passion. He seemed to be still far from well. Very likely he will be in bed again in a day or two, especially if he lives fast." "No, do you think so?" said the general, catching at the idea. "Yes, I do think so." Yes, but the sort of scandal I referred to may happen at any moment. It may be this very evening," remarked Gania to the general, with a smile. "Of course, quite so. In that case it all depends upon what is going on in her brain at this moment. You know the kind of person she is at times." "How? What kind of person is she?" cried the general, arrived at the limits of his patience. "Look here, Gania, don't you go annoying her tonight. What you are to do is to be as agreeable towards her as ever you can. Well, what are you smiling at? You must understand, Gania, that I have no interest whatever in speaking like this. Whichever way the question is settled, it will be to my advantage. Nothing will move Totski from his resolution, so I run no risk. If there is anything I desire, you must know that it is your benefit only. Can't you trust me? You are a sensible fellow, and I have been counting on you, for in this matter that... "Yes, that's the chief thing," said Gania, helping the general out of his difficulties again, and curling his lips in an envenomed smile, which he did not attempt to conceal. He gazed with his fevered eyes straight into those of the general, as though he were anxious that the latter might read his thoughts. The general grew purple with anger. "Yes, of course it is the chief thing," he cried, looking sharply at Gania. "What a very curious man you are, Gania. You actually seem to be glad to hear of this millionaire fellow's arrival, just as though you wished for an excuse to get out of the whole thing. This is an affair in which you ought to act honestly with both sides, and give due warning, to avoid compromising others. But even now there is still time. Do you understand me? I wish to know whether you desire this arrangement or whether you do not. If not, say so, and welcome. No one is trying to force you into the snare, Gavrila Ardalionovitch, if you see a snare in the matter, at least." "I do desire it," murmured Gania softly but firmly, lowering his eyes, and he relapsed into gloomy silence. The general was satisfied. He had excited himself, and was evidently now regretting that he had gone so far. He turned to the prince, and suddenly the disagreeable thought of the latter's presence struck him, and the certainty that he must have heard every word of the conversation. But he felt at ease in another moment. It only needed one glance at the prince to see that in that quarter there was nothing to fear. "Oh!" cried the general, catching sight of the prince's specimen of calligraphy, which the latter had now handed him for inspection. "Why, this is simply beautiful! Look at that, Gania, there's real talent there." On a sheet of thick writing paper, the prince had written in medieval characters the legend, "The gentle Abbot Pafnute signed this." "There," explained the prince with great delight and animation, "there, that's the abbot's real signature, from a manuscript of the 14th century. All these old abbots and bishops used to write most beautifully, with such taste and so much care and diligence. Have you no copy of Pogodin, General? If you had one, I could show you another type. Stop a bit. Here you have the large round writing common in France during the 18th century. Some of the letters are shaped quite differently from those now in use. It was the writing current then, and employed by public writers generally. I copied this from one of them, and you can see how good it is. Look at the well-rounded A and D. I have tried to translate the French character into the Russian letters, a difficult thing to do, but I think I have succeeded fairly. Here is a fine sentence written in a good original hand. Zeal triumphs over all. That is the script of the Russian War Office. That is how official documents addressed to important personages should be written. The letters are round, the type black, and the style somewhat remarkable. A stylist would not allow these ornaments or attempts at flourishes. Just look at these unfinished tales. But it has distinction, and really depicts the soul of the writer. He would like to give play to his imagination, and follow the inspiration of his genius, but a soldier is only at ease in the guard-room, and the pen stops half-way, a slave to discipline. How delightful! The first time I met an example of this handwriting, I was positively astonished. And where do you think I chanced to find it? In Switzerland, of all places. Now, that is an ordinary English hand. It can hardly be improved. It is so refined and exquisite, almost perfection. This is an example of another kind, a mixture of styles. The copy was given me by a French commercial traveller. It is founded on the English, but the downstrokes are a little blacker and more marked. Notice that the oval has some slight modification. It is more rounded. This writing allows for flourishes. Now, a flourish is a dangerous thing. Its use requires such taste, but if successful, what a distinction it gives to the whole! It results in an incomparable type, one to fall in love with. Dear me, how you have gone into all the refinements and details of the question! Why, my dear fellow, you are not a calligraphist, you are an artist. Eh, Gania? Wonderful, said Gania. And he knows it too, he added with a sarcastic smile. You may smile, but there's a career in this, said the general. You don't know what a great personage I shall show this to, Prince. Why, you can command a situation at 35 roubles per month to start with. However, it's 12:30, he concluded, looking at his watch. So to business, Prince, for I must be setting to work, and shall not see you again today. Sit down a minute. I have told you that I cannot receive you myself very often, but I should like to be of some assistance to you, some small assistance, of a kind that would give you satisfaction. I shall find you a place in one of the state departments, an easy place, but you will require to be accurate. Now, as to your plans, in the house, or rather in the family of Gania here, my young friend, whom I hope you will know better, his mother and sister have prepared 2 or 3 rooms for lodgers, and let them to highly recommended young fellows, with board and attendance. I am sure Nina Alexandrovna will take you in on my recommendation. There you will be comfortable and well taken care of, for I do not think, Prince, that you are the sort of man to be left to the mercy of fate in a town like Petersburg. Nina Alexandrovna, Gania's mother, and Varvara Alexandrovna are ladies for whom I have the highest possible esteem and respect. Nina Alexandrovna is the wife of General Ardalion Alexandrovitch, my old brother-in-arms, with whom I regret to say, on account of certain circumstances, I am no longer acquainted. I give you all this information, Prince, in order to make it clear to you that I am personally recommending you to this family, and that in so doing I am more or less taking upon myself to answer for you. The terms are most reasonable, and I trust that your salary will very shortly prove amply sufficient for your expenditure. Of course, pocket money is a necessity, if only a little. Do not be angry, Prince, if I strongly recommend you to avoid carrying money in your pocket. But as your purse is quite empty at the present moment, you must allow me to press these 25 roubles upon your acceptance, as something to begin with. Of course we will settle this little matter another time, and if you are the upright, honest man you look, I anticipate very little trouble between us on that score. Taking so much interest in you as you may perceive I do, I am not without my object, and you shall know it in good time. You see, I am perfectly candid with you. I hope, Gania, you have nothing to say against the prince's taking up his abode in your house. Oh, on the contrary, my mother will be very glad, said Gania, courteously and kindly. I think only one of your rooms is engaged as yet, is it not? That fellow Ferdishenko. Yes, I don't like that Ferdishenko. I can't understand why Nastasia Philipovna encourages him so. Is he really her cousin, as he says? Oh dear no, it's all a joke. He's no more cousin than I am. Well, what do you think of the arrangement, prince?
Thank you, General. You have behaved very kindly to me. All the more so since I did not ask you to help me. I don't say that out of pride. I certainly did not know where to lay my head tonight. Rogojin asked me to come to his house, of course, but...
Rogojin? No, no, my good fellow. I should strongly recommend you, paternally, or, if you prefer it, as a friend, to forget all about Rogojin, and in fact to stick to the family in which you're about to enter.
"Thank you," began the prince, "and since you are so very kind, there is just one matter which I—"
"You really must excuse me," interrupted the general, "but I positively haven't another moment now.
I shall just tell Elizabetha Prokofievna about you, and if she wishes to receive you at once, as I shall advise her, I strongly recommend you to ingratiate yourself with her at the first opportunity, for my wife may be of the greatest service to you in many ways. If she cannot receive you now, you must be content to wait till another time. Meanwhile you, Gania, just look over these accounts, will you? We mustn't forget to finish off that matter." The general left the room, and the prince never succeeded in broaching the business which he had on hand, though he had endeavoured to do so 4 times. Gania lit a cigarette and offered one to the prince. The latter accepted the offer, but did not talk, being unwilling to disturb Gania's work. He commenced to examine the study and its contents. But Gania hardly so much as glanced at the papers lying before him. He was absent and thoughtful, and his smile and general appearance struck the prince still more disagreeably now that the two were left alone together. Suddenly Gania approached our hero, who was at the moment standing over Nastasia Philipovna's portrait, gazing at it. "Do you admire that sort of woman, prince?" he asked, looking intently at him. He seemed to have some special object in the question. "It's a wonderful face," said the prince, "and I feel sure that her destiny is not by any means an ordinary, uneventful one. Her face is smiling enough, but she must have suffered terribly. Hasn't she? Her eyes show it, those 2 bones there, the little points under her eyes, just where her cheek begins. It's a proud face too, terribly proud. And I can't say whether she is good and kind or not. Oh, if she be but good, that would make all well." "And would you marry a woman like that now?" continued Gania, never taking his excited eyes off the prince's face. "I cannot marry at all," said the latter. "I am an invalid." "Would Rogojin marry her, do you think?" "Why not? Certainly he would, I should think. He would marry her tomorrow. Marry her tomorrow and murder her in a week." Hardly had the prince uttered the last word when Gania gave such a fearful shudder that the prince almost cried out. "What's the matter?" said he, seizing Gania's hand.
"Your Highness, His Excellency begs your presence in Her Excellency's apartments," announced the footman, appearing at the door. The prince immediately followed the man out of the room. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Part 1, Chapter 4 of The Idiot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 4.
All three of the Miss Epanchins were fine, healthy girls, well grown, with good shoulders and busts, and strong, almost masculine hands. And of course, with all the above attributes, they enjoyed capital appetites, of which they were not in the least ashamed. Elizabetha Prokofievna sometimes informed the girls that they were a little too candid in this matter, but in spite of their outward deference to their mother, these three young women, in solemn conclave, had long agreed to modify the unquestioning obedience which they had been in the habit of according to her, and Mrs. General Epanchin had judged it better to say nothing about it, though of course she was well aware of the fact. It is true that her nature sometimes rebelled against these dictates of reason, and that she grew yearly more capricious and impatient, but having a respectful and well-disciplined husband under her thumb at all times, she found it possible, as a rule, to empty any little accumulations of spleen upon his head, and therefore the harmony of the family was kept duly balanced, and things went as smoothly as family matters can. Mrs. Epanchin had a fair appetite herself, and generally took her share of the capital midday lunch which was always served for the girls, and which was nearly as good as a dinner. The young ladies used to have a cup of coffee each before this meal at 10 o'clock, while still in bed. This was a favourite and unalterable arrangement with them. At 12:30 the table was laid in the small dining-room, and occasionally the general himself appeared at the family gathering, if he had time. Besides tea and coffee, cheese, honey, butter, pancakes of various kinds, the lady of the house loved these best, cutlets and so on, there was generally strong beef soup and other substantial delicacies. On the particular morning on which our story has opened, the family had assembled in the dining-room, and were waiting the general's appearance, the latter having promised to come this day. If he had been one moment late he would have been sent for at once, but he turned up punctually. As he came forward to wish his wife good morning and kiss her hands, as his custom was, he observed something in her look which boded ill. He thought he knew the reason, and had expected it, but still he was not altogether comfortable. His daughters advanced to kiss him too, and though they did not look exactly angry, there was something strange in their expression as well. The general was, owing to certain circumstances, a little inclined to be too suspicious at home, and needlessly nervous, but as an experienced father and husband, he judged it better to take measures at once to protect himself from any dangers there might be in the air. However, I hope I shall not interfere with the proper sequence of my narrative too much if I diverge for a moment at this point, in order to explain the mutual relations between General Epanchin's family and others acting a part in this history, at the time when we take up the thread of their destiny. I have already stated that the general, though he was a man of lowly origin and of poor education, was for all that an experienced and talented husband and father. Among other things, he considered it undesirable to hurry his daughters to the matrimonial altar, and to worry them too much with assurances of his paternal wishes for their happiness, as is the custom among parents of many grown-up daughters. He even succeeded in ranging his wife on his side on this question, though he found the feat very difficult to accomplish, because unnatural. But the general's arguments were conclusive, and founded upon obvious facts. The general considered that the girl's taste and good sense should be allowed to develop and mature deliberately, and that the parents' duty should merely be to keep watch, in order that no strange or undesirable choice be made, but that the selection once effected, both father and mother were bound from that moment to enter heart and soul into the cause, and to see that the matter progressed without hindrance until the altar should be happily reached. Besides this, it was clear that the Epanchins' position gained each year, with geometrical accuracy, both as to financial solidity and social weight, and therefore the longer the girls waited, the better was their chance of making a brilliant match. But again, amidst the incontrovertible facts just recorded, one more, equally significant, rose up to confront the family, and this was that the eldest daughter, Alexandra, had imperceptibly arrived at her 25th birthday. Almost at the same moment, Afanasy Ivanovitch Totski, a man of immense wealth, high connections, and good standing, announced his intention of marrying. Afanasy Ivanovitch was a gentleman of 55 years of age, artistically gifted, and of most refined tastes. He wished to marry well, and moreover he was a keen admirer and judge of beauty. Now, since Totski had of late been upon terms of great cordiality with Epanchin, which excellent relations were intensified by the fact that they were, so to speak, partners in several financial enterprises, it so happened that the former now put in a friendly request to the general for counsel with regard to the important step he meditated. Might he suggest, for instance, such a thing as a marriage between himself and one of the general's daughters? Evidently the quiet, pleasant current of the family life of the Epanchins was about to undergo a change. The undoubted beauty of the family, par excellence, was the youngest, Aglaya, as aforesaid. But Totski himself, though an egotist of the extremest type, realized that he had no chance there. Aglaya was clearly not for such as he. Perhaps the sisterly love and friendship of the three girls had more or less exaggerated Aglaya's chances of happiness. In their opinion, the latter's destiny was not merely to be very happy, she was to live in a heaven on earth. Aglaya's husband was to be a compendium of all the virtues, and of all success, not to speak of fabulous wealth. The two elder sisters had agreed that all was to be sacrificed by them, if need be, for Aglaya's sake. Her dowry was to be colossal and unprecedented. The general and his wife were aware of this agreement, and therefore when Totski suggested himself for one of the sisters, the parents made no doubt that one of the two elder girls would probably accept the offer, since Totski would certainly make no difficulty as to dowry. The general valued the proposal very highly. He knew life, and realized what such an offer was worth. The answer of the sisters to the communication was, if not conclusive, at least consoling and hopeful. It made known that the eldest, Alexandra, would very likely be disposed to listen to a proposal. Alexandra was a good-natured girl, though she had a will of her own. She was intelligent and kind-hearted, and if she were to marry Totski, she would make him a good wife. She did not care for a brilliant marriage. She was eminently a woman calculated to soothe and sweeten the life of any man. Decidedly pretty, if not absolutely handsome. What better could Totski wish? So the matter crept slowly forward. The general and Totski had agreed to avoid any hasty and irrevocable step. Alexandra's parents had not even begun to talk to their daughters freely upon the subject, when suddenly, as it were, a dissonant chord was struck amid the harmony of the proceedings. Mrs. Epanchin began to show signs of discontent, and this was a serious matter. A certain circumstance had crept in, a disagreeable and troublesome factor, which threatened to overturn the whole business. This circumstance had come into existence 18 years before. Close to an estate of Totski's, in one of the central provinces of Russia, there lived at that time a poor gentleman whose estate was of the wretchedest description. This gentleman was noted in the district for his persistent ill fortune. His name was Barashkov, and as regards family and descent he was vastly superior to Totski, but his estate was mortgaged to the last acre. One day, when he had ridden over to the town to see a creditor, the chief peasant of his village followed him shortly after, with the news that his house had been burnt down, and that his wife had perished with it, but his children were safe. Even Barashkov, inured to the storms of evil fortune as he was, could not stand this last stroke. He went mad, and died shortly after in the town hospital. His estate was sold for the creditors, and the little girls, two of them, of 7 and 8 years of age respectively, were adopted by Totski, who undertook their maintenance and education in the kindness of his heart. They were brought up together with the children of his German bailiff. Very soon, however, there was only one of them left, Nastasia Philipovna, for the other little one died of whooping cough. Totski, who was living abroad at this time, very soon forgot all about the child, but 5 years after, returning to Russia, it struck him that he would like to look over his estate and see how matters were going there, and arrived at his bailiff's house, he was not long in discovering that among the children of the latter there now dwelt a most lovely little girl of 12, sweet and intelligent and bright, and promising to develop beauty of most unusual quality, as to which last Totski was an undoubted authority. He only stayed at his country seat a few days on this occasion, but he had time to make his arrangements. Great changes took place in the child's education. A good governess was engaged, a Swiss lady of experience and culture. For 4 years this lady resided in the house with little Nastya, and then the education was considered complete. The governess took her departure, and another lady came down to fetch Nastya, by Totski's instructions. The child was now transported to another of Totski's estates in a distant part of the country. Here she found a delightful little house, just built, and prepared for her reception with great care and taste. And here she took up her abode, together with the lady who had accompanied her from her old home. In the house there were 2 experienced maids, musical instruments of all sorts, a charming young ladies' library, pictures, paint boxes, a lap-dog, and everything to make life agreeable. Within a fortnight Totski himself arrived, and from that time he appeared to have taken a great fancy to this part of the world, and came down each summer, staying 2 and 3 months at a time. So passed 4 years, peacefully and happily, in charming surroundings. At the end of that time, and about 4 months after Totski's last visit, he had stayed but a fortnight on this occasion, a report reached Nastasia Philipovna that he was about to be married in St Petersburg to a rich, eminent and lovely woman. The report was only partially true, the marriage project being only in an embryo condition, but a great change now came over Nastasia Philipovna. She suddenly displayed unusual decision of character, and without wasting time in thought, she left her country home and came up to St Petersburg, straight to Totski's house, all alone. The latter, amazed at her conduct, began to express his displeasure, but he very soon became aware that he must change his voice, style, and everything else with this young lady. The good old times were gone. An entirely new and different woman sat before him, between whom and the girl he had left in the country last July there seemed nothing in common. In the first place, this new woman understood a good deal more than was usual for young people of her age; so much, indeed, that Totski could not help wondering where she had picked up her knowledge. Surely not from her young lady's library. It even embraced legal matters and the world in general, to a considerable extent. Her character was absolutely changed. No more of the girlish alternations of timidity and petulance, the adorable naivete, the reveries, the tears, the playfulness. It was an entirely new and hitherto unknown being who now sat and laughed at him, and informed him to his face that she had never had the faintest feeling for him of any kind, except loathing and contempt, contempt which had followed closely upon her sensations of surprise and bewilderment after her first acquaintance with him. This new woman gave him further to understand that though it was absolutely the same to her whom he married, yet she had decided to prevent this marriage, for no particular reason, but that she chose to do so, and because she wished to amuse herself at his expense, for that it was quite her turn to laugh a little now. Such were her words. Very likely she did not give her real reason for this eccentric conduct, but at all events that was all the explanation she deigned to offer. Meanwhile Totski thought the matter over as well as his scattered ideas would permit. His meditations lasted a fortnight, however, and at the end of that time his resolution was taken. The fact was, Totski was at that time a man of 50 years of age. His position was solid and respectable. His place in society had long been firmly fixed upon safe foundations. He loved himself, his personal comforts, and his position better than all the world, as every respectable gentleman should. At the same time, his grasp of things in general soon showed Totski that he now had to deal with a being who was outside the pale of the ordinary rules of traditional behaviour, and who would not only threaten mischief, but would undoubtedly carry it out, and stop for no one. There was evidently, he concluded, something at work here, some storm of the mind, some paroxysm of romantic anger, goodness knows against whom or what, some insatiable contempt, in a word, something altogether absurd and impossible, but at the same time most dangerous to be met with by any respectable person with a position in society to keep up. For a man of Totski's wealth and standing, it would of course have been the simplest possible matter to take steps which would rid him at once from all annoyance, while it was obviously impossible for Nastasia Philipovna to harm him in any way, either legally or by stirring up a scandal, for in the case of the latter danger, he could so easily remove her to a sphere of safety. However, these arguments would only hold good in case of Nastasia acting as others might in such an emergency. She was much more likely to overstep the bounds of reasonable conduct by some extraordinary eccentricity. Here the sound judgment of Totski stood him in good stead. He realized that Nastasia Philipovna must be well aware that she could do nothing by legal means to injure him, and that her flashing eyes betrayed some entirely different intention. Nastasia Philipovna was quite capable of ruining herself, and even of perpetrating something which would send her to Siberia, for the mere pleasure of injuring a man for whom she had developed so inhuman a sense of loathing and contempt. He had sufficient insight to understand that she valued nothing in the world, herself least of all, and he made no attempt to conceal the fact that he was a coward in some respects. For instance, if he had been told that he would be stabbed at the altar or publicly insulted, he would undoubtedly have been frightened, but not so much at the idea of being murdered or wounded or insulted as at the thought that if such things were to happen, he would be made to look ridiculous in the eyes of society. He knew well that Nastasia thoroughly understood him, and where to wound him and how. And therefore, as the marriage was still only in embryo, Totski decided to conciliate her by giving it up. His decision was strengthened by the fact that Nastasia Philipovna had curiously altered of late. It would be difficult to conceive how different she was physically, at the present time, to the girl of a few years ago. She was pretty then, but now... Totski laughed angrily when he thought how short-sighted he had been. In days gone by he remembered how he had looked at her beautiful eyes, how even then he had marvelled at their dark, mysterious depths, and at their wondering gaze, which seemed to seek an answer to some unknown riddle. Her complexion also had altered. She was now exceedingly pale, but curiously this change only made her more beautiful. Like most men of the world, Totski had rather despised such a cheaply bought conquest, but of late years he had begun to think differently about it. It had struck him as long ago as last spring that he ought to be finding a good match for Nastasia. For instance, some respectable and reasonable young fellow serving in a government office in another part of the country. How maliciously Nastasia laughed at the idea of such a thing now. However, it appeared to Totski that he might make use of her in another way, and he determined to establish her in St Petersburg, surrounding her with all the comforts and luxuries that his wealth could command. In this way he might gain glory in certain circles. 5 years of this Petersburg life went by, and of course during that time a great deal happened. Totski's position was very uncomfortable. Having funked once, he could not totally regain his ease. He was afraid, he did not know why, but he was simply afraid of Nastasia Philipovna. For the first 2 years or so he had suspected that she wished to marry him herself, and that only her vanity prevented her telling him so. He thought that she wanted him to approach her with a humble proposal from his own side, but to his great and not entirely pleasurable amazement he discovered that this was by no means the case, and that were he to offer himself he would be refused. He could not understand such a state of things, and was obliged to conclude that it was pride, the pride of an injured and imaginative woman, which had gone to such lengths that it preferred to sit and nurse its contempt and hatred in solitude, rather than mount to heights of hitherto unattainable splendour. To make matters worse, she was quite impervious to mercenary considerations, and could not be bribed in any way. Finally, Totski took cunning means to try to break his chains and be free. He tried to tempt her in various ways to lose her heart. He invited princes, hussars, secretaries of embassies, poets, novelists, even socialists to see her, but not one of them all made the faintest impression upon Nastasia. It was as though she had a pebble in place of a heart, as though her feelings and affections were dried up and withered forever. She lived almost entirely alone. She read, she studied, she loved music. Her principal acquaintances were poor women of various grades, a couple of actresses, and the family of a poor school-teacher. Among these people she was much beloved. She received 4 or 5 friends sometimes of an evening. Totski often came. Lately, too, General Epanchin had been enabled with great difficulty to introduce himself into her circle. Gania made her acquaintance also, and others were Ferdishenko, an ill-bred and would-be witty young clerk, and Ptitsin, a moneylender of modest and polished manners, who had risen from poverty. In fact, Nastasia Philipovna's beauty became a thing known to all the town, but not a single man could boast of anything more than his own admiration for her, and this reputation of hers, and her wit and culture and grace, all confirmed Totski in the plan he had now prepared. And it was at this moment that General Epanchin began to play so large and important a part in the story. When Totski had approached the general with his request for friendly counsel as to a marriage with one of his daughters, he had made a full and candid confession. He had said that he intended to stop at no means to obtain his freedom. Even if Nastasia were to promise to leave him entirely alone in future, he would not, he said, believe and trust her. Words were not enough for him. He must have solid guarantees of some sort. So he and the general determined to try what an attempt to appeal to her heart would effect. Having arrived at Nastasia's house one day with Epanchin, Totski immediately began to speak of the intolerable torment of his position. He admitted that he was to blame for all, but candidly confessed that he could not bring himself to feel any remorse for his original guilt towards herself, because he was a man of sensual passions, which were inborn and ineradicable, and that he had no power over himself in this respect, but that he wished seriously to marry at last, and that the whole fate of the most desirable social union which he contemplated was in her hands. In a word, he confided his all to her generosity of heart. General Epanchin took up his part and spoke in the character of father of a family. He spoke sensibly, and without wasting words over any attempt at sentimentality. He merely recorded his full admission of her right to be the arbiter of Totski's destiny at this moment. He then pointed out that the fate of his daughter, and very likely of both his other daughters, now hung upon her reply. To Nastasia's question as to what they wished her to do, Totski confessed that he had been so frightened by her 5 years ago that he could never now be entirely comfortable until she herself married. He immediately added that such a suggestion from him would, of course, be absurd, unless accompanied by remarks of a more pointed nature. He very well knew, he said, that a certain young gentleman of good family, namely Gavrila Ardalionovitch Ivolgin, with whom she was acquainted, and whom she received at her house, had long loved her passionately, and would give his life for some response from her. The young fellow had confessed this love of his to him, Totski, and had also admitted it in the hearing of his benefactor, General Epanchin. Lastly, he could not help being of opinion that Nastasia must be aware of Gania's love for her, and if he, Totski, mistook not, she had looked with some favour upon it, being often lonely and rather tired of her present life. Having remarked how difficult it was for him of all people to speak to her of these matters, Totski concluded by saying that he trusted Nastasia Philipovna would not look with contempt upon him if he now expressed his sincere desire to guarantee her future by a gift of 75,000 roubles. He added that the sum would have been left her all the same in his will, and that therefore she must not consider the gift as in any way an indemnification to her for anything, but that there was no reason, after all, why a man should not be allowed to entertain a natural desire to lighten his conscience, etc., etc. In fact, all that would naturally be said under the circumstances. Totski was very eloquent all through, and in conclusion just touched on the fact that not a soul in the world, not even General Epanchin, had ever heard a word about the above 75,000 roubles, and that this was the first time he had ever given expression to his intentions in respect to them. Nastasia Philipovna's reply to this long rigmarole astonished both the friends considerably. Not only was there no trace of her former irony, of her old hatred and enmity, and of that dreadful laughter, the very recollection of which sent a cold chill down Totski's back to this very day. But she seemed charmed, and really glad to have the opportunity of talking seriously with him for once in a way. She confessed that she had long wished to have a frank and free conversation, and to ask for friendly advice, but that pride had hitherto prevented her. Now, however, that the ice was broken, nothing could be more welcome to her than this opportunity. First with a sad smile, and then with a twinkle of merriment in her eyes, she admitted that such a storm as that of 5 years ago was now quite out of the question. She said that she had long since changed her views of things, and recognized that facts must be taken into consideration in spite of the feelings of the heart. What was done and ended, and she could not understand why Totski should still feel alarmed. She next turned to General Epanchin, and observed most courteously that she had long since known of his daughters, and that she had heard none but good report, that she had learned to think of them with deep and sincere respect. The idea alone that she could in any way serve them would be to her both a pride and a source of real happiness. It was true that she was lonely in her present life. Totski had judged her thoughts aright. She longed to rise, if not to love, at least to family life and new hopes and objects. But as to Gavrila Ardalionovitch, she could not as yet say much. She thought it must be the case that he loved her. She felt that she too might learn to love him, if she could be sure of the firmness of his attachment to herself. But he was very young, and it was a difficult question to decide. What she specially liked about him was that he worked, and supported his family by his toil. She had heard that he was proud and ambitious. She had heard much that was interesting of his mother and sister. She had heard of them from Mr. Ptitsin, and would much like to make their acquaintance. But, another question, would they like to receive her into their house? At all events, though she did not reject the idea of this marriage, she desired not to be hurried. As for the 75,000 roubles, Mr. Totski need not have found any difficulty or awkwardness about the matter. She quite understood the value of money, and would of course accept the gift. She thanked him for his delicacy, however, but saw no reason why Gavrila Ardalionovitch should not know about it. She would not marry the latter, she said, until she felt persuaded that neither on his part nor on the part of his family did there exist any sort of concealed suspicions as to herself. She did not intend to ask forgiveness for anything in the past, which fact she desired to be known. She did not consider herself to blame for anything that had happened in former years, and she thought that Gavrila Ardalionovitch should be informed as to the relations which had existed between herself and Totski during the last 5 years. If she accepted this money, it was not to be considered as indemnification for her misfortune as a young girl, which had not been in any degree her own fault, but merely as compensation for her ruined life. She became so excited and agitated during all these explanations and confessions that General Epanchin was highly gratified, and considered the matter satisfactorily arranged once for all. But the once bitten Totski was twice shy, and looked for hidden snakes among the flowers. However, The special point to which the two friends particularly trusted to bring about their object, namely Gania's attractiveness for Nastasia Philipovna, stood out more and more prominently. The pourparlers had commenced, and gradually even Totski began to believe in the possibility of success. Before long Nastasia and Gania had talked the matter over. Very little was said, her modesty seemed to suffer under the infliction of discussing such a question. But she recognized his love, on the understanding that she bound herself to nothing whatever, and that she reserved the right to say no up to the very hour of the marriage ceremony. Gania was to have the same right of refusal at the last moment. It soon became clear to Gania, after scenes of wrath and quarrellings at the domestic hearth, that his family was seriously opposed to the match, and that Nastasia was aware of this fact was equally evident. She said nothing about it, though he daily expected her to do so. There were several rumours afloat before long, which upset Totski's equanimity a good deal, but we will not now stop to describe them, merely mentioning an instance or two. One was that Nastasia had entered into close and secret relations with the Epanchin girls, a most unlikely rumour. Another was that Nastasia had long satisfied herself of the fact that Gania was merely marrying her for money, and that his nature was gloomy and greedy, impatient and selfish to an extraordinary degree, and that although he had been keen enough in his desire to achieve a conquest before, yet since the two friends had agreed to exploit his passion for their own purposes, it was clear enough that he had begun to consider the whole thing a nuisance and a nightmare. In his heart, passion and hate seemed to hold divided sway, and although he had at last given his consent to marry the woman, as he said, under the stress of circumstances, yet he promised himself that he would take it out of her after marriage. Nastasia seemed to Totski to have divined all this, and to be preparing something on her own account, which frightened him to such an extent that he did not dare communicate his views even to the general. But at times he would pluck up his courage and be full of hope and good spirits again, acting, in fact, as weak men do act in such circumstances. However, both the friends felt that the thing looked rosy indeed when one day Nastasia informed them that she would give her final answer on the evening of her birthday, which anniversary was due in a very short time. A strange rumour began to circulate meanwhile, no less than that the respectable and highly respected General Epanchin was himself so fascinated by Nastasia Philipovna that his feeling for her amounted almost to passion. What he thought to gain by Gania's marriage to the girl it was difficult to imagine. Possibly he counted on Gania's complaisance, for Totski had long suspected that there existed some secret understanding between the general and his secretary. At all events, the fact was known that he had prepared a magnificent present of pearls for Nastasia's birthday, and that he was looking forward to the occasion when he should present his gift with the greatest excitement and impatience. The day before her birthday he was in a fever of agitation. Mrs. Epanchin, long accustomed to her husband's infidelities, had heard of the pearls, and the rumour excited her liveliest curiosity and interest. The general remarked her suspicions, and felt that a grand explanation must shortly take place, which fact alarmed him much. This is the reason why he was so unwilling to take lunch, on the morning upon which we took up this narrative, with the rest of his family. Before the prince's arrival, he had made up his mind to plead business and cut the meal, which simply meant running away. He was particularly anxious that this one day should be passed, especially the evening, without unpleasantness between himself and his family. And just at the right moment the prince turned up. "As though heaven had sent him on purpose," said the general to himself, as he left the study to seek out the wife of his bosom. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Part 1, Chapter 5 of The Idiot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 5. Mrs. General Epanchin was a proud woman by nature. What must her feelings have been when she heard that Prince Myshkin, the last of his and her line, had arrived in beggar's guise, a wretched idiot, a recipient of charity, all of which details the general gave out for greater effect. He was anxious to steal her interest at the first swoop, so as to distract her thoughts from other matters nearer home. Mrs. Epanchin was in the habit of holding herself very straight and staring before her, without speaking, in moments of excitement. She was a fine woman of the same age as her husband, with a slightly hooked nose, a high, narrow forehead, thick hair turning a little grey, and a sallow complexion. Her eyes were grey and wore a very curious expression at times. She believed them to be most effective, a belief that nothing could alter. "What? Receive him? Now? At once?" asked Mrs. Epanchin, gazing vaguely at her husband as he stood fidgeting before her. "Oh dear me, I assure you there is no need to stand on ceremony with him," the general explained hastily. "He is quite a child, not to say a pathetic-looking creature. He has fits of some sort, and has just arrived from Switzerland, straight from the station, dressed like a German and without a farthing in his pocket. I gave him 25 roubles to go on with, and am going to find him some easy place in one of the government offices. I should like you to ply him well with the victuals, my dears, for I should think he must be very hungry." "You astonish me," said the lady, gazing as before. "Fits, and hungry too? What sort of fits?" "Oh, they don't come on frequently. Besides, he's a regular child, though he seems to be fairly educated. I should like you, if possible, my dears," the general added, making slowly for the door, "to put him through his paces a bit and see what he is good for. I think you should be kind to him. It is a good deed, you know. However, just as you like, of course. But he is a sort of relation, remember, and I thought it might interest you to see the young fellow, seeing that this is so." "Oh, of course, mamma, if we needn't stand on ceremony with him, we must give the poor fellow something to eat after his journey, especially as he has not the least idea where to go," said Alexandra, the eldest of the girls. "Besides, he's quite a child. We can entertain him with a little hide and seek in case of need," said Adelaida. "Hide and seek? What do you mean?" inquired Mrs. Epanchin. "Oh, do stop pretending, mamma," cried Aglaya in vexation. "Send him up, father. Mother allows." The general rang the bell and gave orders that the prince should be shown in. "Only on condition that he has a napkin under his chin at lunch, then," said Mrs. Epanchin. "And let Fyodor or Mavra stand behind him while he eats. Is he quiet when he has these fits? He doesn't show violence, does he?" "On the contrary, he seems to be very well brought up. His manners are excellent.
But here he is himself. Here you are, prince. Let me introduce you, the last of the Myshkins, a relative of your own, my dear, or at least of the same name. Receive him kindly, please. They'll bring in lunch directly, prince. You must stop and have some. But you must excuse me. I'm in a hurry. I must be off." "We all know where you must be off to," said Mrs. Epanchin in a meaning voice. "Yes, yes, I must hurry away. I'm late. Look here, dears, let him write you something in your albums. You've no idea what a wonderful calligraphist he is, wonderful talent. He has just written out 'Abbot Pafnute signed this' for me. Well, au revoir." "Stop a minute, where are you off to? Who is this abbot?" cried Mrs. Epanchin to her retreating husband in a tone of excited annoyance. "Yes, my dear, it was an old abbot of that name. I must be off to see the count. He's waiting for me. I'm late. Goodbye, au revoir, prince." And the general bolted at full speed. "Oh yes, I know what count you're going to see," remarked his wife in a cutting manner, as she turned her angry eyes on the prince. "Now then, what's all this about? What abbot? Who's Pafnute?" she added brusquely. "Mamma!" said Alexandra, shocked at her rudeness. Aglaya stamped her foot. "Nonsense, let me alone," said the angry mother. "Now then, prince, sit down here. No, nearer, come nearer the light. I want to have a good look at you. So now then, who is this abbot?" "Abbot Pafnute," said our friend seriously and with deference. "Pafnute, yes, and who was he?" Mrs. Epanchin put these questions hastily and brusquely, and when the prince answered she nodded her head sagely at each word he said. "The abbot Pafnute lived in the 14th century," began the prince. "He was in charge of one of the monasteries on the Volga, about where our present Kostroma government lies. He went to Oryol and helped in the great matters then going on in the religious world. He signed an edict there, and I have seen a print of his signature. It struck me, so I copied it. When the general asked me in his study to write something for him to show my handwriting, I wrote, 'The abbot Pafnute signed this,' in the exact handwriting of the abbot. The general liked it very much, and that's why he recalled it just now." "Aglaya, make a note of Pafnute, or we shall forget him. And where is this signature?" "I think it was left on the general's table." "Let it be sent for at once." "Oh, I'll write you a new one in half a minute," said the prince, "if you like." "Of course, mamma," said Alexandra, "but let's have lunch now. We are all hungry." "Yes, come along, prince," said the mother. "Are you very hungry?" "Yes, I must say that I am pretty hungry, thanks very much." "I like to see that you know your manners, and you are by no means such a person as the general thought fit to describe you. Come along. You sit here opposite to me," she continued. "I wish to be able to see your face. Alexandra, Adelaida, look after the prince. He doesn't seem so very ill, does he? I don't think he requires a napkin under his chin after all. Are you accustomed to having one on, prince?" "Formerly, when I was 7 years old or so, I believe I wore one, but now I usually hold my napkin on my knee when I eat." Of course, of course. And about your fits?" "Fits?" asked the prince, slightly surprised. "I very seldom have fits nowadays. I don't know how it may be here, though. They say the climate may be bad for me." "He talks very well, you know," said Mrs. Epanchin, who still continued to nod at each word the prince spoke. "I really did not expect it at all. In fact, I suppose it was all stuff and nonsense on the general's part, as usual. Eat away, prince, and tell me where you were born and where you were brought up. I wish to know all about you. You interest me very much." The prince expressed his thanks once more,
and eating heartily the while, recommenced the narrative of his life in Switzerland, all of which we have heard before. Mrs. Epanchin became more and more pleased with her guest. The girls, too, listened with considerable attention. In talking over the question of relationship, it turned out that the prince was very well up in the matter, and knew his pedigree off by heart. It was found that scarcely any connection existed between himself and Mrs. Epanchin. But the talk, and the opportunity of conversing about her family tree, gratified the latter exceedingly, and she rose from the table in great good humour. "Let's all go to my boudoir," she said, "and they shall bring some coffee in there. That's the room where we all assemble and busy ourselves as we like best," she explained. "Alexandra, my eldest here, plays the piano, or reads or sews. Adelaida paints landscapes and portraits, but never finishes any, and Aglaya sits and does nothing. I don't work too much either. Here we are now, sit down, prince, near the fire, and talk to us. I want to hear you relate something. I wish to make sure of you first, and then tell my old friend, Princess Bielokonski, about you. I wish you to know all the good people and to interest them. Now then, begin." "Mamma, it's rather a strange order, that," said Adelaida, who was fussing among her paints and paint-brushes at the easel. Aglaya and Alexandra had settled themselves with folded hands on a sofa, evidently meaning to be listeners. The prince felt that the general attention was concentrated upon himself. "I should refuse to say a word if I were ordered to tell a story like that," observed Aglaya. "Why, what's there strange about it? He has a tongue. Why shouldn't he tell us something? I want to judge whether he is a good storyteller. Anything you like, prince. How you liked Switzerland. What was your first impression? Anything. You'll see he'll begin directly and tell us all about it beautifully." "The impression was forcible," the prince began. "There, you see, girls," said the impatient lady. "He has begun, you see." "Well then, let him talk, mamma," said Alexandra. "This prince is a great humbug, and by no means an idiot," she whispered to Aglaya. "Oh, I saw that at once," replied the latter. "I don't think it at all nice of him to play a part. What does he wish to gain by it, I wonder?" "My first impression was a very strong one," repeated the prince. "When they took me away from Russia, I remember I passed through many German towns and looked out of the windows, but did not trouble so much as to ask questions about them. This was after a long series of fits. I always used to fall into a sort of torpid condition after such a series, and lost my memory almost entirely. And though I was not altogether without reason at such times, yet I had no logical power of thought. This would continue for 3 or 4 days, and then I would recover myself again. I remember my melancholy was intolerable. I felt inclined to cry. I sat and wondered uncomfortably. The consciousness that everything was strange weighed terribly upon me. I could understand that it was all foreign and strange. I recollect I awoke from this state for the first time at Bâle one evening. The bray of a donkey aroused me, a donkey in the town market. I saw the donkey and was extremely pleased with it, and from that moment my head seemed to clear. "A donkey? How strange! Yet it is not strange. Any one of us might fall in love with a donkey. It happened in mythological times," said Madame Epanchin, looking wrathfully at her daughters, who had begun to laugh. "Go on, prince." "Since that evening I have been specially fond of donkeys. I began to ask questions about them, for I had never seen one before, and I at once came to the conclusion that this must be one of the most useful of animals, strong, willing, patient, cheap, and thanks to this donkey I began to like the whole country I was travelling through, and my melancholy passed away."
"All this is very strange and interesting," said Mrs. Epanchin. "Now let's leave the donkey and go on to other matters. What are you laughing at, Aglaya? And you too, Adelaida? The prince told us his experiences very cleverly. He saw the donkey himself. And what have you ever seen? You have never been abroad."
"I have seen a donkey, though, mamma," said Aglaya. "And I've heard one," said Adelaida, and all three of the girls laughed out loud, and the prince laughed with them.
"Well, it's too bad of you," said mamma. "You must forgive them, prince. They are good girls. I am very fond of them, though I often have to be scolding them. They are all as silly and mad as March hares."
"Oh, why shouldn't they laugh?" said the prince. "I shouldn't have let the chance go by in their place, I know. But I stick up for the donkey all the same. He's a patient, good-natured fellow."
"Are you a patient man, prince? I ask out of curiosity," said Mrs. Epanchin.
All laughed again.
"Oh, that wretched donkey again, I see," cried the lady. "I assure you, prince, I was not guilty of the least
insinuation. Oh, I assure you, I take your word for it." And the prince continued laughing merrily.
"I must say it's very nice of you to laugh. I see you really are a kind-hearted fellow," said Mrs. Epanchin.
"I'm not always kind, though."
"I am kind myself, and always kind too, if you please," she retorted unexpectedly. "And that is my chief fault, for one ought not to be always kind. I'm often angry with these girls and their father, but the worst of it is I'm always kindest when I am cross. I was very angry just before you came, and Aglaya there read me a lesson. Thanks, Aglaya dear. Come and kiss me. There, that's enough," she added as Aglaya came forward and kissed her lips and then her hand. "Now then, go on, prince. Perhaps you can think of something more exciting than about the donkey,
"I must say again, I can't understand how you can expect anyone to tell you stories straight away so," said Adelaida. "I know I never could."
"Yes, but the prince can, because he is clever. Cleverer than you are by 10 or 20 times, if you like. There, that's so, prince. And seriously, let's drop the donkey now. What else did you see abroad besides the donkey?"
"Yes, but the prince told us about the donkey very cleverly, all the same," said Alexandra. "I have always been most interested to hear how people go mad and get well again, and that sort of thing, especially when it happens suddenly."
Quite so," said Mrs. Epanchin, delighted. "I see you can be sensible now and then, Alexandra. You were speaking of Switzerland, prince."
"Yes, we came to Lucerne, and I was taken out in a boat. I felt how lovely it was, but the loveliness weighed upon me somehow or other, and made me feel melancholy." "Why?" asked Alexandra. "I don't know. I always feel like that when I look at the beauties of nature for the first time. But then I was ill at that time, of course." "Oh, but I should like to see it," said Adelaida. "And I don't know when we shall ever go abroad. I've been 2 years looking out for a good subject for a picture. I've done all I know. The north and south I know by heart, as our poet observes. Do help me to a subject, prince." "Oh, but I know nothing about painting. It seems to me one only has to look and paint what one sees." "But I don't know how to see."
"Nonsense, what rubbish you talk!" the mother struck in. "Not know how to see? Open your eyes and look. If you can't see here, you won't see abroad either. Tell us what you saw yourself, prince."
"Yes, that's better," said Adelaida. The prince learned to see abroad." "Oh, I hardly know. You see, I only went to restore my health. I don't know whether I learnt to see exactly. I was very happy, however, nearly all the time." "Happy? You can be happy?" cried Aglaya. "Then how can you say you did not learn to see? I should think you could teach us to see." "Oh, do teach us!" laughed Adelaida. "Oh, I can't do that," said the prince, laughing too. "I lived almost all the while in one little Swiss village. What can I teach you? At first I was only just not absolutely dull. Then my health began to improve. Then every day became dearer and more precious to me, and the longer I stayed, the dearer became the time to me. So much so that I could not help observing it. But why this was so it would be difficult to say." "So that you didn't care to go anywhere else?" "Well, at first I did. I was restless. I didn't know how ever I should manage to support life. You know there are such moments, especially in solitude. There was a waterfall near us, such a lovely thin streak of water, like a thread, but white and moving. It fell from a great height, but it looked quite low, and it was half a mile away, though it did not seem 50 paces. I loved to listen to it at night, but it was then that I became so restless. Sometimes I went and climbed the mountain and stood there in the midst of the tall pines, all alone in the terrible silence, with our little village in the distance, and the sky so blue, and the sun so bright, and an old ruined castle on the mountainside far away. I used to watch the line where earth and sky met, and longed to go and seek there the key of all mysteries, thinking that I might find there a new life, perhaps some great city where life should be grander and richer. And then it struck me that life may be grand enough even in a prison." "I read that last most praiseworthy thought in my manual when I was 12 years old," said Aglaya. "All this is pure philosophy," said Adelaida. "You are a philosopher, prince, and have come here to instruct us in your views." "Perhaps you are right," said the prince, smiling. "I think I am a philosopher, perhaps. And who knows, perhaps I do wish to teach my views of things to those I meet with. Your philosophy is rather like that of an old woman we know, who is rich and yet does nothing but try how little she can spend. She talks of nothing but money all day. Your great philosophical idea of a grand life in a prison, and your 4 happy years in that Swiss village, are like this, rather," said Aglaya. "As to life in a prison, of course there may be 2 opinions," said the prince. "I once heard the story of a man who lived 12 years in a prison. I heard it from the man himself. He was one of the persons under treatment with my professor. He had fits and attacks of melancholy, then he would weep, and once he tried to commit suicide. His life in prison was sad enough. His only acquaintances were spiders and a tree that grew outside his grating. But I think I had better tell you of another man I met last year. There was a very strange feature in this case. Strange because of its extremely rare occurrence. This man had once been brought to the scaffold, in company with several others, and had had the sentence of death by shooting passed upon him for some political crime. 20 minutes later he had been reprieved, and some other punishments substituted. But the interval between the 2 sentences, 20 minutes, or at least a quarter of an hour, had been passed in the certainty that within a few minutes he must die. I was very anxious to hear him speak of his impressions during that dreadful time, and I several times inquired of him as to what he thought and felt. He remembered everything with the most accurate and extraordinary distinctness, and declared that he would never forget a single iota of the experience. About 20 paces from the scaffold, where he had stood to hear the sentence, were 3 posts fixed in the ground, to which to fasten the criminals, of whom there were several. The first 3 criminals were taken to the posts, dressed in long white tunics with white caps drawn over their faces, so that they could not see the rifles pointed at them. Then a group of soldiers took their stand opposite to each post. My friend was the 8th on the list, and therefore he would have been among the 3rd lot to go up. A priest went about among them with a cross, and there was about 5 minutes of time left for him to live. He said that those 5 minutes seemed to him to be a most interminable period, an enormous wealth of time. He seemed to be living in these minutes so many lives that there was no need as yet to think of that last moment, so that he made several arrangements, dividing up the time into portions, one for saying farewell to his companions, 2 minutes for that, then a couple more for thinking over his own life and career and all about himself, and another minute for a last look around. He remembered having divided his time like this quite well. While saying good-bye to his friends, he recollected asking one of them some very usual everyday question, and being much interested in the answer. Then, having bade farewell, he embarked upon those 2 minutes which he had allotted for looking into himself. He knew beforehand what he was going to think about. He wished to put it to himself as quickly and clearly as possible that here was he, a living, thinking man, and that in 3 minutes he would be nobody. Or if somebody or something, then what and where? He thought he would decide this question once and for all in these last 3 minutes. A little way off there stood a church, and its gilded spire glittered in the sun. He remembered staring stubbornly at this spire and at the rays of light sparkling from it. He could not tear his eyes from these rays of light. He got the idea that these rays were his new nature, and that in 3 minutes he would become one of them, amalgamated somehow with them. The repugnance to what must ensue almost immediately and the uncertainty were dreadful, he said, but worst of all was the idea, what should I do if I were not to die now? What if I were to return to life again? What an eternity of days, and all mine! How I should grudge and count up every minute of it, so as not to waste a single instant. He said that this thought weighed so upon him, and became such a terrible burden upon his brain, that he could not bear it, and wished they would shoot him quickly and have done with it. The prince paused, and all waited, expecting him to go on again and finish the story. "Is that all?" asked Aglaya. "All, yes," said the prince, emerging from a momentary reverie. "And why did you tell us this?" "Oh, I happened to recall it, that's all. It fitted into the conversation." "You probably wish to deduce, prince," said Alexandra, "that moments of time cannot be reckoned by money value, and that sometimes 5 minutes are worth priceless treasures. All this is very praiseworthy, but may I ask about this friend of yours who told you the terrible experience of his life? He was reprieved, you say. In other words, they did restore him to that eternity of days. What did he do with these riches of time? Did he keep careful account of his minutes?" "Oh no, he didn't. I asked him myself. He said that he had not lived a bit as he had intended, and had wasted many and many a minute." "Very well, then there's an experiment, and the thing is proved. One cannot live and count each moment. Say what you like, but one cannot." "That is true," said the prince. "I have thought so myself. And yet, why shouldn't one do it?" "You think, then, that you could live more wisely than other people?" said Aglaya. "I have had that idea." And you have it still?" "Yes, I have it still," the prince replied. He had contemplated Aglaya until now with a pleasant though rather timid smile, but as the last words fell from his lips he began to laugh, and looked at her merrily. "You are not very modest," said she. "But how brave you are!" said he. "You are laughing, and that man's tale impressed me so much that I dreamt of it afterwards. Yes, I dreamt of those 5 minutes." He looked at his listeners again with that same serious, searching expression. "You are not angry with me?" he asked suddenly, and with a kind of nervous hurry, although he looked them straight in the face. "Why should we be angry?" they cried. "Only because I seem to be giving you a lecture all the time." At this they laughed heartily. "Please don't be angry with me," continued the prince. "I know very well that I have seen less of life than other people, and have less knowledge of it. I must appear to speak strangely sometimes." He said the last words nervously. "You say you have been happy, and that proves you have lived not less, but more than other people. Why make all these excuses?" interrupted Aglaya in a mocking tone of voice. "Besides, you need not mind about lecturing us. You have nothing to boast of. With your quietism one could live happily 100 years at least. One might show you the execution of a felon, or show you one's little finger. You could draw a moral from either and be quite satisfied. That sort of existence is easy enough." "I can't understand why you always fly into a temper," said Mrs. Epanchin, who had been listening to the conversation and examining the faces of the speakers in turn. "I do not understand what you mean. What has your little finger to do with it? The prince talks well, though he is not amusing. He began all right, but now he seems sad." "Never mind, mamma. Prince, I wish you had seen an execution," said Aglaya. "I should like to ask you a question about that, if you had." "I have seen an execution," said the prince. "You have?" cried Aglaya. "I might have guessed it. That's a fitting crown to the rest of the story. If you have seen an execution, how can you say you lived happily all the while?" "But is there capital punishment where you were?" asked Adelaida. "I saw it at Lyons. Schneider took us there, and as soon as we arrived we came in for that." "Well, and did you like it very much? Was it very edifying and instructive?" asked Aglaya. "No, I didn't like it at all, and was ill after seeing it. But I confess I stared as though my eyes were fixed to the sight. I could not tear them away." "I too should have been unable to tear my eyes away," said Aglaya. "They do not at all approve of women going to see an execution there. The women who do go are condemned for it afterwards in the newspapers. That is, by contending that it is not a sight for women, they admit that it is a sight for men. I congratulate them on the deduction. I suppose you quite agree with them, prince?" "Tell us about the execution," put in Adelaida. "I would much rather not, just now," said the prince, a little disturbed and frowning slightly. "You don't seem to want to tell us," said Aglaya with a mocking air. "No, the thing is, I was telling all about the execution a little while ago, and—" "Whom did you tell about it?" "The manservant, while I was waiting to see the general." "Our manservant?" exclaimed several voices at once. "Yes, the one who waits in the entrance hall, a greyish, red-faced man." "The prince is clearly a democrat," remarked Aglaya. "Well, if you could tell Alexei about it, surely you can tell us too." "I do so want to hear about it," repeated Adelaida. "Just now, I confess," began the prince with more animation, When you asked me for a subject for a picture, I confess I had serious thoughts of giving you one. I thought of asking you to draw the face of a criminal, 1 minute before the fall of the guillotine, while the wretched man is still standing on the scaffold, preparatory to placing his neck on the block. What, his face? Only his face? Asked Adelaida. That would be a strange subject indeed. And what sort of picture would that make? Oh, why not? The prince insisted with some warmth. When I was in Basle, I saw a picture very much in that style. I should like to tell you about it. I will some time or other. It struck me very forcibly. Oh, you shall tell us about the Basle picture another time. Now we must have all about the execution, said Adelaida. Tell us about that face, as it appeared to your imagination. How should it be drawn? Just the face alone, do you mean? It was just a minute before the execution, began the prince readily, carried away by the recollection, and evidently forgetting everything else in a moment. Just at the instant when he stepped off the ladder onto the scaffold. He happened to look in my direction. I saw his eyes and understood all at once. But how am I to describe it? I do so wish you or somebody else could draw it. You, if possible. I thought at the time what a picture it would make. You must imagine all that went before, of course. All. He had lived in the prison for some time, and had not expected that the execution would take place for at least a week yet. He had counted on all the formalities and so on taking time. But it so happened that his papers had been got ready quickly. At 5 o'clock in the morning he was asleep. It was October, and at 5 in the morning it was cold and dark. The governor of the prison comes in on tiptoe and touches the sleeping man's shoulder gently. He starts up. "What is it?" he says. "The execution is fixed for 10 o'clock." He was only just awake and would not believe it at first, but began to argue that his papers would not be out for a week, and so on. When he was wide awake and realized the truth, he became very silent and argued no more, so they say. But after a bit he said, "It comes very hard on one so suddenly," and then he was silent again and said nothing. The 3 or 4 hours went by, of course, in necessary preparations. The priest, breakfast, coffee, meat, and some wine they gave him. Doesn't it seem ridiculous? And yet I believe these people give them a good breakfast out of pure kindness of heart, and believe that they are doing a good action. Then he is dressed, and then begins the procession through the town to the scaffold. I think he too must feel that he has an age to live still, while they cart him along. Probably he thought on the way, "Oh, I have a long, long time yet, 3 streets of life yet. When we've passed this street there'll be that other one, and then that one where the baker's shop is on the right. And when shall we get there? It's ages, ages." Around him are crowds shouting, yelling, 10,000 faces, 20,000 eyes. All this has to be endured, and especially the thought, here are 10,000 men, and not one of them is going to be executed, and yet I am to die. Well, all that is preparatory. At the scaffold there is a ladder, and just there he bursts into tears. And this was a strong man, and a terribly wicked one, they say. There was a priest with him the whole time, talking. Even in the cart as they drove along he talked and talked. Probably the other heard nothing. He would begin to listen now and then, and at the 3rd word or so he had forgotten all about it. At last he began to mount the steps. His legs were tied, so that he had to take very small steps. The priest, who seemed to be a wise man, had stopped talking now, and only held the cross for the wretched fellow to kiss. At the foot of the ladder he had been pale enough, But when he set foot on the scaffold at the top, his face suddenly became the colour of paper, positively like white notepaper. His legs must have become suddenly feeble and helpless, and he felt a choking in his throat. You know the sudden feeling one has in moments of terrible fear, when one does not lose one's wits, but is absolutely powerless to move. If some dreadful thing were suddenly to happen, if a house were just about to fall on one, don't you know how one would long to sit down and shut one's eyes and wait and wait? Well, when this terrible feeling came over him, the priest quickly pressed the cross to his lips without a word. A little silver cross it was, and he kept on pressing it to the man's lips every second. And whenever the cross touched his lips, the eyes would open for a moment, and the legs moved once, and he kissed the cross greedily, hurriedly, just as though he were anxious to catch hold of something in case of its being useful to him afterwards, though he could hardly have had any connected religious thoughts at the time. And so up to the very block. How strange that criminals seldom swoon at such a moment! On the contrary, the brain is especially active, and works incessantly, probably hard, like an engine at full pressure. I imagine that various thoughts must beat loud and fast through his head, all unfinished ones, and strange funny thoughts, very likely. Like this, for instance: that man is looking at me, and he has a wart on his forehead, and the executioner has burst one of his buttons, and the lowest one is all rusty. And meanwhile he notices and remembers everything. There is one point that cannot be forgotten, round which everything else dances and turns about, and because of this point he cannot faint, and this lasts until the very final quarter of a second, when the wretched neck is on the block, and the victim listens and waits and knows. That's the point. He knows that he is just now about to die, and listens for the rasp of the iron above his head. If I lay there, I should certainly listen for that grating sound, and hear it too. There would probably be but the 10th part of an instant left to hear it in, but one would certainly hear it. And imagine, some people declare that when the head flies off it is conscious of having flown off. Just imagine what a thing to realize! Fancy if consciousness were to last for even 5 seconds. Draw the scaffold so that only the top step of the ladder comes in clearly. The criminal must be just stepping on to it, his face as white as notepaper. The priest is holding the cross to his blue lips, and the criminal kisses it, and knows and sees and understands everything. The cross and the head. There's your picture. The priest and the executioner, with his 2 assistants, and a few heads and eyes below. Those might come in as subordinate accessories, a sort of mist. There's a picture for you. The prince paused and looked around. "Certainly that isn't much like quietism," murmured Alexandra, half to herself. "Now tell us about your love affairs," said Adelaida, after a moment's pause. The prince gazed at her in amazement. "You know," Adelaida continued, "you owe us a description of the Basle picture. But first I wish to hear how you fell in love. Don't deny the fact, for you did, of course. Besides, you stop philosophizing when you are telling about anything. Why are you ashamed of your stories the moment after you have told them?" asked Aglaya suddenly. "How silly you are!" said Mrs. Epanchin, looking indignantly towards the last speaker. "Yes, that wasn't a clever remark," said Alexandra. "Don't listen to her, prince," said Mrs. Epanchin. "She says that sort of thing out of mischief. Don't think anything of their nonsense, it means nothing. They love to chaff, but they like you. I can see it in their faces. I know their faces." "I know their faces too," said the prince, with a peculiar stress on the words. "How so?" asked Adelaida with curiosity. "What do you know about our faces?" exclaimed the other two in chorus. But the prince was silent and serious. All awaited his reply. "I'll tell you afterwards," he said quietly. "Ah, you want to arouse our curiosity," said Aglaya. "And how terribly solemn you are about it." "Very well," interrupted Adelaida. "Then if you can read faces so well, you must have been in love. Come now, I've guessed. Let's have the secret." "I have not been in love," said the prince, as quietly and seriously as before. "I have been happy in another way." "How? How?" "Well, I'll tell you," said the prince, apparently in a deep reverie. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Part 1, Chapter 6 of The Idiot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 6. "Here you all are," began the prince, "settling yourselves down to listen to me with so much curiosity that if I do not satisfy you, you will probably be angry with me. No, no, I'm only joking," he added hastily with a smile. "Well then, they were all children there, and I was always among children and only with children. They were the children of the village in which I lived, and they went to the school there, all of them. I did not teach them, oh no, there was a master for that, one Jules Thibault. I may have taught them some things, but I was among them just as an outsider, and I passed all 4 years of my life there among them. I wished for nothing better. I used to tell them everything, and hid nothing from them. Their fathers and relations were very angry with me, because the children could do nothing without me at last, and used to throng after me at all times. The schoolmaster was my greatest enemy in the end. I had many enemies, and all because of the children. Even Schneider reproached me. What were they afraid of? One can tell a child everything, anything. I have often been struck by the fact that parents know their children so little. They should not conceal so much from them. How well even little children understand that their parents conceal things from them, because they consider them too young to understand. Children are capable of giving advice in the most important matters. How can one deceive these dear little birds when they look at one so sweetly and confidingly? I call them birds because there is nothing in the world better than birds. However, most of the people were angry with me about one and the same thing. But Thibault simply was jealous of me. At first he had wagged his head and wondered how it was that the children understood what I told them so well, and could not learn from him. And he laughed like anything when I replied that neither he nor I could teach them very much, but that they might teach us a good deal. How he could hate me and tell scandalous stories about me, living among children as he did, is what I cannot understand. Children soothe and heal the wounded heart. I remember there was one poor fellow at our professor's who was being treated for madness, and you have no idea what those children did for him eventually. I don't think he was mad, but only terribly unhappy. But I'll tell you all about him another day. Now I must get on with this story. The children did not love me at first. I was such a sickly, awkward kind of a fellow then, and I know I am ugly. Besides, I was a foreigner. The children used to laugh at me at first, and they even went so far as to throw stones at me when they saw me kiss Marie. I only kissed her once in my life. No, no, don't laugh." The prince hastened to suppress the smiles of his audience at this point. "It was not a matter of love at all. If only you knew what a miserable creature she was, you would have pitied her, just as I did. She belonged to our village. Her mother was an old, old woman, and they used to sell string and thread, and soap and tobacco, out of the window of their little house, and lived by the pittance they gained by this trade. The old woman was ill, and very old, and could hardly move. Marie was her daughter, a girl of 20, weak and thin and consumptive, but still she did heavy work at the houses around, day by day. Well, one fine day a commercial traveller betrayed her and carried her off, and a week later he deserted her. She came home dirty, draggled and shoeless. She had walked for a whole week without shoes. She had slept in the fields and caught a terrible cold. Her feet were swollen and sore, and her hands torn and scratched all over. She never had been pretty even before, but her eyes were quiet, innocent, kind eyes. She was very quiet always, and I remember once when she had suddenly begun singing at her work, everyone said, "Marie tried to sing today," and she got so chaffed that she was silent for ever after. She had been treated unkindly in the place before, but when she came back now, ill and shunned and miserable, not one of them all had the slightest sympathy for her. Cruel people! Oh, what hazy understandings they have on such matters! Her mother was the first to show the way. She received her wrathfully, unkindly, and with contempt. "You have disgraced me," she said. She was the first to cast her into ignominy, but when they all heard that Marie had returned to the village, they ran out to see her and crowded into the little cottage. Old men, children, women, girls. Such a hurrying, stamping, greedy crowd. Marie was lying on the floor at the old woman's feet, hungry, torn, draggled, crying, miserable. When everyone crowded into the room, she hid her face in her dishevelled hair and lay cowering on the floor. Everyone looked at her as though she were a piece of dirt off the road. The old men scolded and condemned, and the young ones laughed at her. The women condemned her too, and looked at her contemptuously, just as if she were some loathsome insect. Her mother allowed all this to go on, and nodded her head and encouraged them. The old woman was very ill at that time, and knew she was dying. She really did die a couple of months later, and though she felt the end approaching, she never thought of forgiving her daughter, to the very day of her death. She would not even speak to her. She made her sleep on straw in a shed, and hardly gave her food enough to support life. Marie was very gentle to her mother, and nursed her, and did everything for her. But the old woman accepted all her services without a word, and never showed her the slightest kindness. Marie bore all this, and I could see when I got to know her that she thought it quite right and fitting, considering herself the lowest and meanest of creatures. When the old woman took to her bed finally, the other old women in the village sat with her by turns, as the custom is there, and then Marie was quite driven out of the house. They gave her no food at all, and she could not get any work in the village, none would employ her. The men seemed to consider her no longer a woman. They said such dreadful things to her. Sometimes on Sundays, if they were drunk enough, they used to throw her a penny or two into the mud, and Marie would silently pick up the money. She had begun to spit blood at that time. At last her rags became so tattered and torn that she was ashamed of appearing in the village any longer. The children used to pelt her with mud, so she begged to be taken on as an assistant cowherd, but the cowherd would not have her. Then she took to helping him without leave, and he saw how valuable her assistance was to him, and did not drive her away again. On the contrary, he occasionally gave her the remnants of his dinner, bread and cheese. He considered that he was being very kind. When the mother died, the village parson was not ashamed to hold Marie up to public derision and shame. Marie was standing at the coffin's head, in all her rags, crying. A crowd of people had collected to see how she would cry. The parson, a young fellow ambitious of becoming a great preacher, began his sermon and pointed to Marie. "There," he said, "there is the cause of the death of this venerable woman," which was a lie, because she had been ill for at least 2 years. "There she stands before you and dares not lift her eyes from the ground, because she knows that the finger of God is upon her. Look at her tatters and rags, the badge of those who lose their virtue. Who is she? Her daughter?" And so on to the end. And just fancy, this infamy pleased them, all of them nearly. Only the children had altered, for then they were all on my side, and had learned to love Marie. This is how it was. I had wished to do something for Marie. I longed to give her some money, but I never had a farthing while I was there. But I had a little diamond pin, and this I sold to a travelling pedlar. He gave me 8 francs for it. It was worth at least 40. I long sought to meet Marie alone, and at last I did meet her, on the hillside beyond the village. I gave her the 8 francs, and asked her to take care of the money, because I could get no more, and then I kissed her, and said that she was not to suppose I kissed her with any evil motives, or because I was in love with her, for that I did so solely out of pity for her, and because from the first I had not accounted her as guilty so much as unfortunate. I longed to console and encourage her somehow, and to assure her that she was not the low, base thing which she and others strove to make out. But I don't think she understood me. She stood before me, dreadfully ashamed of herself, and with downcast eyes, and when I had finished she kissed my hand. I would have kissed hers, but she drew it away. Just at this moment the whole troop of children saw us. I found out afterwards that they had long kept a watch upon me. They all began whistling and clapping their hands and laughing at us. Marie ran away at once, and when I tried to talk to them, they threw stones at me. All the village heard of it the same day, and Marie's position became worse than ever. The children would not let her pass now in the streets, but annoyed her and threw dirt at her more than before. They used to run after her, she racing away with her poor feeble lungs panting and gasping, and they pelting her and shouting abuse at her. Once I had to interfere by force, and after that I took to speaking to them every day and whenever I could. Occasionally they stopped and listened, but they teased Marie all the same. I told them how unhappy Marie was, and after a while they stopped their abuse of her, and let her go by silently. Little by little we got into the way of conversing together, the children and I. I concealed nothing from them, I told them all. They listened very attentively, and soon began to be sorry for Marie. At last some of them took to saying good morning to her, kindly, when they met her. It is the custom there to salute anyone you meet with good morning, whether acquainted or not. I can imagine how astonished Marie was at these first greetings from the children. Once 2 little girls got hold of some food and took it to her, and came back and told me. They said she had burst into tears, and that they loved her very much now. Very soon after that they all became fond of Marie, and at the same time they began to develop the greatest affection for myself. They often came to me and begged me to tell them stories. I think I must have told stories well, for they did so love to hear them. At last I took to reading up interesting things on purpose to pass them on to the little ones, and this went on for all the rest of my time there, 3 years. Later, when everyone, even Schneider, was angry with me for hiding nothing from the children, I pointed out how foolish it was, for they always knew things, only they learnt them in a way that soiled their minds, but not so from me. One only has to remember one's own childhood to admit the truth of this, but nobody was convinced. It was 2 weeks before her mother died that I kissed Marie, and when the clergyman preached that sermon, the children were all on my side. When I told them what a shame it was of the parson to talk as he had done, and explained my reason, they were so angry that some of them went and broke his windows with stones. Of course I stopped them, for that was not right, but all the village heard of it, and how I caught it for spoiling the children. Everyone discovered now that the little ones had taken to being fond of Marie, and their parents were terribly alarmed. But Marie was so happy. The children were forbidden to meet her, but they used to run out of the village to the herd and take her food and things, and sometimes just ran off there and kissed her, and said, "Je vous aime, Marie," and then trotted back again. They imagined that I was in love with Marie, and this was the only point on which I did not undeceive them, for they got such enjoyment out of it. And what delicacy and tenderness they showed! In the evening I used to walk to the waterfall. There was a spot there which was quite closed in and hidden from view by large trees, and to this spot the children used to come to me. They could not bear that their dear Léon should love a poor girl without shoes to her feet and dressed all in rags and tatters. So, would you believe it, they actually clubbed together somehow and bought her shoes and stockings and some linen and even a dress. I can't understand how they managed it, but they did it all together. When I asked them about it, they only laughed and shouted, and the little girls clapped their hands and kissed me. I sometimes went to see Marie secretly too. She had become very ill and could hardly walk. She still went with the herd, but could not help the herdsman any longer. She used to sit on a stone near, and wait there almost motionless all day till the herd went home. Her consumption was so advanced, and she was so weak, that she used to sit with closed eyes, breathing heavily. Her face was as thin as a skeleton's, and sweat used to stand on her white brow in large drops. I always found her sitting just like that. I used to come up quietly to look at her, but Marie would hear me, open her eyes, and tremble violently as she kissed my hands. I did not take my hand away, because it made her happy to have it, and so she would sit and cry quietly. Sometimes she tried to speak, but it was very difficult to understand her. She was almost like a madwoman, with excitement and ecstasy, whenever I came. Occasionally the children came with me. When they did so, they would stand some way off and keep guard over us, so as to tell me if anybody came near. This was a great pleasure to them. When we left her, Marie used to relapse at once into her old condition, and sit with closed eyes and motionless limbs. One day she could not go out at all, and remained at home all alone in the empty hut. But the children very soon became aware of the fact, and nearly all of them visited her that day as she lay alone and helpless in her miserable bed. For 2 days the children looked after her, and then, when the village people got to know that Marie was really dying, Some of the old women came and took it in turns to sit by her and look after her a bit. I think they began to be a little sorry for her in the village at last. At all events, they did not interfere with the children any more on her account. Marie lay in a state of uncomfortable delirium the whole while. She coughed dreadfully. The old women would not let the children stay in the room, but they all collected outside the window each morning, if only for a moment, and shouted, "Bonjour, notre bonne Marie," and Marie no sooner caught sight of or heard them, and she became quite animated at once, and in spite of the old women would try to sit up and nod her head and smile at them, and thank them. The little ones used to bring her nice things and sweets to eat, but she could hardly touch anything. Thanks to them, I assure you, the girl died almost perfectly happy. She almost forgot her misery, and seemed to accept their love as a sort of symbol of pardon for her offence, though she never ceased to consider herself a dreadful sinner. They used to flutter at her window, just like little birds, calling out, "Nous t'aimons, Marie." She died very soon. I had thought she would live much longer. The day before her death I went to see her for the last time, just before sunset. I think she recognized me, for she pressed my hand. Next morning they came and told me that Marie was dead. The children could not be restrained now. They went and covered her coffin with flowers, and put a wreath of lovely blossoms on her head. The pastor did not throw any more shameful words at the poor dead woman. But there were very few people at the funeral. However, when it came to carrying the coffin, all the children rushed up to carry it themselves. Of course they could not do it alone, but they insisted on helping, and walked alongside and behind, crying. They have planted roses all round her grave, and every year they look after the flowers and make Marie's resting place as beautiful as they can. I was in ill odour after all this with the parents of the children, and especially with the parson and schoolmaster. Schneider was obliged to promise that I should not meet them and talk to them, but we conversed from a distance by signs, and they used to write me sweet little notes. Afterwards I came closer than ever to those little souls, but even then it was very dear to me to have them so fond of me. Schneider said that I did the children great harm by my pernicious system. What nonsense that was! And what did he mean by my system? He said afterwards that he believed I was a child myself. Just before I came away, "You have the form and face of an adult," he said, "but as regards soul and character, and perhaps even intelligence, you are a child in the completest sense of the word, and always will be if you live to be 60. I laughed very much, for of course that is nonsense. But it is a fact that I do not care to be among grown-up people, and much prefer the society of children. However kind people may be to me, I never feel quite at home with them, and am always glad to get back to my little companions. Now my companions have always been children, not because I was a child myself once, but because young things attract me. On one of the first days of my stay in Switzerland, I was strolling about alone and miserable, when I came upon the children rushing noisily out of school with their slates and bags and books, their games, their laughter and shouts, and my soul went out to them. I stopped and laughed happily as I watched their little feet moving so quickly, girls and boys, laughing and crying, for as they went home many of them found time to fight and make peace, to weep and play. I forgot my troubles in looking at them. And then all those 3 years I tried to understand why men should be forever tormenting themselves. I lived the life of a child there, and thought I should never leave the little village. Indeed, I was far from thinking that I should ever return to Russia. But at last I recognized the fact that Schneider could not keep me any longer. And then something so important happened that Schneider himself urged me to depart. I am going to see now if I can get good advice about it. Perhaps my lot in life will be changed, but that is not the principal thing. The principal thing is the entire change that has already come over me. I left many things behind me, too many. They have gone. On the journey I said to myself, I am going into the world of men. I don't know much, perhaps, but a new life has begun for me. I made up my mind to be honest and steadfast in accomplishing my task. Perhaps I shall meet with troubles and many disappointments, but I have made up my mind to be polite and sincere to everyone. More cannot be asked of me. People may consider me a child if they like. I am often called an idiot. And at one time I certainly was so ill that I was nearly as bad as an idiot. But I am not an idiot now. How can I possibly be so, when I know myself that I am considered one? When I received a letter from those dear little souls while passing through Berlin, I only then realized how much I loved them. It was very, very painful getting that first little letter. How melancholy they had been when they saw me off. For a month before they had been talking of my departure and sorrowing over it, and at the waterfall of an evening, when we parted for the night, they would hug me so tight and kiss me so warmly, far more so than before. And every now and then they would turn up one by one when I was alone, just to give me a kiss and a hug, to show their love for me. The whole flock went with me to the station, which was about a mile from the village, and every now and then one of them would stop to throw his arms round me, and all the little girls had tears in their voices, though they tried hard not to cry. As the train steamed out of the station, I saw them all standing on the platform, waving to me, and crying "Hurrah!" till they were lost in the distance. I assure you, when I came in here just now and saw your kind faces, I can read faces well, my heart felt light for the first time since that moment of parting. I think I must be one of those who were born to be in luck, for one does not often meet with people whom one feels he can love from the first sight of their faces, and yet no sooner do I step out of the railway carriage than I happen upon you. I know it is more or less a shamefaced thing to speak of one's feelings before others, and yet here am I talking like this to you, and am not a bit ashamed or shy. I am an unsociable sort of fellow, and shall very likely not come to see you again for some time, but don't think the worse of me for that. It is not that I do not value your society, and you must never suppose that I have taken offence at anything. You asked me about your faces, and what I could read in them. I will tell you with the greatest pleasure. You, Adelaida Ivanovna, have a very happy face. It is the most sympathetic of the three. Not to speak of your natural beauty, one can look at your face and say to oneself, she has the face of a kind sister. You are simple and merry, but you can see into another's heart very quickly. That's what I read in your face. You too, Alexandra Ivanovna, have a very lovely face, but I think you may have some secret sorrow. Your heart is undoubtedly a kind, good one, but you are not merry. There is a suspicion of shadow in your face, like in that of Holbein's Madonna, in Dresden. So much for your face. Have I guessed right? As for your face, Lizabeta Prokofievna, I not only think, but am perfectly sure that you are an absolute child. In all, mind, both good and bad, and in spite of your years. Don't be angry with me for saying so. You know what my feelings for children are. And do not suppose that I am so candid out of pure simplicity of soul. Oh dear no, it is by no means the case. Perhaps I have my own very profound object in view. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Recording by Martin Geeson. Part 1, Chapter 7 of The Idiot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot, by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 7. When the prince ceased speaking, all were gazing merrily at him, even Aglaya, but Lizabetha Prokofievna looked the jolliest of all. "Well," she cried, "we have put him through his paces with a vengeance. My dears, you imagined, I believe, that you were about to patronize this young gentleman, like some poor protégé picked up somewhere and taken under your magnificent protection. What fools we were, and what a specially big fool is your father. Well done, prince. I assure you the general actually asked me to put you through your paces and examine you. As to what you said about my face, you are absolutely correct in your judgment. I am a child, and know it. I knew it long before you said so. You have expressed my own thoughts. I think your nature and mine must be extremely alike, and I am very glad of it. We are like two drops of water, only you are a man and I a woman, and I've not been to Switzerland, and that is all the difference between us. Don't be in a hurry, mother. The prince says that he has some motive behind his simplicity," cried Aglaya. "Yes, yes, so he does," laughed the others. "Oh, don't you begin bantering him," said mamma. "He is probably a good deal cleverer than all three of you girls put together. We shall see. Only you haven't told us anything about Aglaya yet, prince, and Aglaya and I are both waiting to hear." "I cannot say anything at present. I'll tell you afterwards." "Why? Her face is clear enough, isn't it?" "Oh yes, of course. You are very beautiful, Aglaya Ivanovna, so beautiful that one is afraid to look at you." "Is that all? What about her character?" persisted Mrs. Epanchin. "It is difficult to judge when such beauty is concerned. I have not prepared my judgment. Beauty is a riddle." "That means you have set Aglaya a riddle," said Adelaida. "Guess it, Aglaya. But she's pretty, prince, isn't she?" "Most wonderfully so," said the latter warmly, gazing at Aglaya with admiration. "Almost as lovely as Nastasia Philipovna, but quite a different type." All present exchanged looks of surprise. "As lovely as who?" said Mrs. Epanchin. "As Nastasia Philipovna? Where have you seen Nastasia Philipovna? What Nastasia Philipovna?" "Gavrila Ardalionovitch showed the general her portrait just now." "How so? Did he bring the portrait for my husband?" "Only to show it. Nastasia Philipovna gave it to Gavrila Ardalionovitch today, and the latter brought it here to show the general." "I must see it!" cried Mrs. Epanchin. "Where is the portrait? If she gave it to him, he must have it. And he is still in the study. He never leaves before 4 o'clock on Wednesdays. Send for Gavrila Ardalionovitch at once. No, I don't long to see him so much. Look here, dear prince, be so kind, will you? Just step to the study and fetch this portrait. Say we want to look at it. Please do this for me, will you?" "He is a nice fellow, but a little too simple," said Adelaida as the prince left the room.
"He is indeed," said Alexandra, "almost laughably so at times." Neither one nor the other seemed to give expression to her full thoughts. "He got out of it very neatly about our faces, though," said Aglaya. "He flattered us all round, even mamma." "Nonsense!" cried the latter. "He did not flatter me. It was I who found his appreciation flattering. I think you are a great deal more foolish than he is. He is simple, of course, but also very knowing, just like myself." "How stupid of me to speak of the portrait," thought the prince as he entered the study, with a feeling of guilt at his heart. "And yet, perhaps I was right after all." He had an idea, unformed as yet, but a strange idea. Gavrila Ardalionovitch was still sitting in the study, buried in a mass of papers. He looked as though he did not take his salary from the public company, whose servant he was, for a sinecure. He grew very wroth and confused when the prince asked for the portrait, and explained how it came about that he had spoken of it. "Oh, curse it all!" he said. "What on earth must you go blabbing for? You know nothing about the thing, and yet... Idiot!" he added, muttering the last word to himself in irrepressible rage. "I am very sorry. I was not thinking at the time. I merely said that Aglaya was almost as beautiful as Nastasia Philipovna." Gania asked for further details, and the prince once more repeated the conversation. Gania looked at him with ironical contempt the while. "Nastasia Philipovna," he began, and there paused. He was clearly much agitated and annoyed. The prince reminded him of the portrait. "Listen, prince," said Gania, as though an idea had just struck him. "I wish to ask you a great favour. And yet I really don't know." He paused again. He was trying to make up his mind to something, and was turning the matter over. The prince waited quietly. Once more Gania fixed him with intent and questioning eyes. "Prince," he began again, "they are rather angry with me in there, owing to a circumstance which I need not explain, so that I do not care to go in at present without an invitation. I particularly wish to speak to Aglaya, but I have written a few words, in case I shall not have the chance of seeing her." Here the prince observed a small note in his hand. "And I do not know how to get my communication to her. Don't you think you could undertake to give it to her at once, but only to her, mind, and so that no one else should see you give it? It isn't much of a secret, but still... Well, will you do it?" "I don't quite like it," replied the prince. "Oh, but it is absolutely necessary for me," Gania entreated. "Believe me, if it were not so, I would not ask you. How else am I to get it to her? It is most important, dreadfully important." Gania was evidently much alarmed at the idea that the prince would not consent to take his note, and he looked at him now with an expression of absolute entreaty. "Well, I will take it then." "But mind, nobody is to see," cried the delighted Gania. "And of course I may rely on your word of honour, "I won't show it to anyone," said the prince. "The letter is not sealed," continued Gania, and paused in confusion. "Oh, I won't read it," said the prince, quite simply. He took up the portrait and went out of the room. Gania, left alone, clutched his head with his hands. "One word from her," he said. "One word from her, and I may yet be free." He could not settle himself to his papers again for agitation and excitement, but began walking up and down the room from corner to corner. The prince walked along musing. He did not like his commission, and disliked the idea of Gania sending a note to Aglaya at all.
But when he was 2 rooms distant from the drawing-room where they all were, he stopped, as though recalling something, went to the window nearer the light, and began to examine the portrait in his hand. He longed to solve the mystery of something in the face of Nastasia Philipovna, something which had struck him as he looked at the portrait for the first time. The impression had not left him. It was partly the fact of her marvellous beauty that struck him, and partly something else. There was a suggestion of immense pride and disdain in the face, almost of hatred, and at the same time something confiding and very full of simplicity. The contrast aroused a deep sympathy in his heart as he looked at the lovely face. The blinding loveliness of it was almost intolerable. This pale, thin face with its flaming eyes, it was a strange beauty. The prince gazed at it for a minute or two, then glanced around him and hurriedly raised the portrait to his lips. When a minute after he reached the drawing-room door, his face was quite composed. But just as he reached the door, he met Aglaya coming out alone. "Gavrila Ardalionovitch begged me to give you this," he said, handing her the note. Aglaya stopped, took the letter, and gazed strangely into the prince's eyes. There was no confusion in her face, a little surprise perhaps, but that was all. By her look she seemed merely to challenge the prince to an explanation as to how he and Gania happened to be connected in this matter. But her expression was perfectly cool and quiet, and even condescending. So they stood for a moment or two, confronting one another. At length a faint smile passed over her face, and she passed by him without a word. Mrs. Epanchin examined the portrait of Nastasia Philipovna for some little while, holding it critically at arm's length. "Yes, she is pretty," she said at last, "even very pretty. I have seen her twice, but only at a distance. So you admire this kind of beauty, do you?" she asked the prince suddenly. "Yes, I do, this kind." "Do you mean especially this kind?" "Yes, especially this kind." "Why?" "There is much suffering in this face," murmured the prince, more as though talking to himself than answering the question. "I think you are wandering a little, prince," Mrs. Epanchin decided, after a lengthened survey of his face, and she tossed the portrait onto the table haughtily. Alexandra took it, and Adelaida came up, and both the girls examined the photograph. Just then Aglaya entered the room. "What a power!" cried Adelaida suddenly, as she earnestly examined the portrait over her sister's shoulder. "Whom? What power?" asked her mother crossly. "Such beauty is real power," said Adelaida. "With such beauty as that, one might overthrow the world." She returned to her easel thoughtfully. Aglaya merely glanced at the portrait, frowned and put out her underlip, then went and sat on the sofa with folded hands. Mrs. Epanchin rang the bell. "Ask Gavrila Ardalionovitch to step this way," said she to the man who answered. "Mamma!" cried Alexandra significantly. "I shall just say 2 words to him, that's all," said her mother, silencing all objection by her manner. She was evidently seriously put out. "You see, prince, it's all secrets with us just now. All secrets. It seems to be the etiquette of the house for some reason or other. Stupid nonsense, and in a matter which ought to be approached with all candour and open-heartedness. There is a marriage being talked of, and I don't like this marriage." "Mamma, what are you saying?" said Alexandra again hurriedly. "Well, what, my dear girl? As if you can possibly like it yourself. The heart is the great thing, and the rest is all rubbish.
though one must have sense as well. Perhaps sense is really the great thing. Don't smile like that, Aglaya. I don't contradict myself. A fool with a heart and no brains is just as unhappy as a fool with brains and no heart. I am one and you are the other, and therefore both of us suffer. Both of us are unhappy."
"Why are you so unhappy, mother?" asked Adelaida, who alone of all the company seemed to have preserved her good temper and spirits up to now.
"In the first place, because of my carefully brought-up daughters," said Mrs. Epanchin cuttingly. "And as that is the best reason I can give you, we need not bother with any other at present. Enough of words now. We shall see how both of you, I don't count Aglaya, will manage your business, and whether you, most revered Alexandra Ivanovna, will be happy with your fine mate. Ah," she added, as Gania suddenly entered the room, "here's another marrying subject. How do you do?" she continued in response to Gania's bow, but she did not invite him to sit down. "You are going to be married?" "Married? How? What marriage?" murmured Gania, overwhelmed with confusion. "Are you about to take a wife, I ask? If you prefer that expression." "No, no," said Gania, bringing out his lie with a telltale blush of shame. He glanced keenly at Aglaya, who was sitting some way off, and dropped his eyes immediately. Aglaya gazed coldly, intently, and composedly at him, without taking her eyes off his face, and watched his confusion. "No? You say no, do you?" continued the pitiless Mrs. General. "Very well, I shall remember that you told me this Wednesday morning, in answer to my question, that you are not going to be married. What day is it? Wednesday, isn't it?" "Yes, I think so," said Adelaida. "You never know the day of the week. What's the day of the month?" 27th, said Gania. 27th, very well. Goodbye now. You have a good deal to do, I'm sure, and I must dress and go out. Take your portrait. Give my respects to your unfortunate mother, Nina Alexandrovna. Au revoir, dear prince. Come in and see us often, do, and I shall tell old Princess Bielokonski about you. I shall go and see her on purpose. And listen, my dear boy, I feel sure that God has sent you to Petersburg from Switzerland on purpose for me. Maybe you will have other things to do besides, but you are sent chiefly for my sake, I feel sure of it. God sent you to me. Au revoir. Alexandra, come with me, my dear."
Mrs. Epanchin left the room. Gania, confused, annoyed, furious, took up his portrait and turned to the prince with a nasty smile on his face. "Prince," he said, "I am just going home. If you have not changed your mind as to living with us, perhaps you would like to come with me. You don't know the address, I believe." "Wait a minute, prince," said Aglaya, suddenly rising from her seat. "Do write something in my album first, will you? Father says you are a most talented calligraphist. I'll bring you my book in a minute." She left the room. "Well, au revoir, prince," said Adelaida. "I must be going too." She pressed the prince's hand warmly, and gave him a friendly smile as she left the room. She did not so much as look at Gania. "This is your doing, prince," said Gania, turning on the latter so soon as the others were all out of the room. "This is your doing, sir. You have been telling them that I am going to be married." He said this in a hurried whisper, his eyes flashing with rage and his face ablaze. "You shameless tattler!" "I assure you, you are under a delusion," said the prince calmly and politely. "I did not even know that you were to be married." "You heard me talking about it, the general and me.
You heard me say that everything was to be settled today at Nastasia Philipovna's, and you went and blurted it out here. You lie if you deny it. Who else could have told them? Devil take it, sir, who could have told them except yourself? Didn't the old woman as good as hint as much to me?" "If she hinted to you who told her, you must know best, of course. But I never said a word about it." "Did you give my note? Is there an answer?" interrupted Gania impatiently.
But at this moment Aglaya came back, and the prince had no time to reply. "There, prince," said she, "there's my album. Now choose a page and write me something, will you? There's a pen, a new one. Do you mind a steel one? I have heard that you calligraphists don't like steel pens." Conversing with the prince, Aglaya did not even seem to notice that Gania was in the room. But while the prince was getting his pen ready, finding a page, and making his preparations to write, Gania came up to the fireplace where Aglaya was standing, to the right of the prince, and in trembling, broken accents said, almost in her ear, "One word, just one word from you, and I'm saved." The prince turned sharply round and looked at both of them. Gania's face was full of real despair. He seemed to have said the words almost unconsciously and on the impulse of the moment. Aglaya gazed at him for some seconds, with precisely the same composure and calm astonishment as she had shown a little while before, when the prince handed her the note, and it appeared that this calm surprise, and seemingly absolute incomprehension of what was said to her, were more terribly overwhelming to Gania than even the most plainly expressed disdain would have been. "What shall I write?" asked the prince. "I'll dictate to you," said Aglaya, coming up to the table. "Now then, are you ready? Write, 'I never condescend to bargain.' Now put your name and the date. Let me see it." The prince handed her the album. "Capital! How beautifully you have written it! Thanks so much. Au revoir, prince. Wait a minute," she added. "I want to give you something for a keepsake. Come with me this way, will you?" The prince followed her. Arrived at the dining room, she stopped. "Read this," she said, handing him Gania's note. The prince took it from her hand, but gazed at her in bewilderment. "Oh, I know you haven't read it, and that you could never be that man's accomplice. Read it, I wish you to read it." The letter had evidently been written in a hurry. "My fate is to be decided today," it ran. "You know how. This day I must give my word irrevocably. I have no right to ask your help, and I dare not allow myself to indulge in any hopes. But once you said just one word, and that word lighted up the night of my life, and became the beacon of my days. Say one more such word, and save me from utter ruin. Only tell me, break off the whole thing, and I will do so this very day. Oh, what can it cost you to say just this one word? In doing so, you will but be giving me a sign of your sympathy for me, and of your pity. Only this, only this. Nothing more, nothing. I dare not indulge in any hope, because I am unworthy of it. But if you say but this word, I will take up my cross again with joy, and return once more to my battle with poverty. I shall meet the storm and be glad of it. I shall rise up with renewed strength. Send me back then this one word of sympathy, only sympathy. I swear to you, and oh, do not be angry with the audacity of despair, with the drowning man who has dared to make this last effort to save himself from perishing beneath the waters. G.L. "This man assures me," said Aglaya scornfully, when the prince had finished reading the letter, "that the words 'break off everything' do not commit me to anything whatever, and himself gives me a written guarantee to that effect in this letter. Observe how ingenuously he underlines certain words, and how crudely he glosses over his hidden thoughts. He must know that if he broke off everything, first, by himself, and without telling me a word about it, or having the slightest hope on my account, that in that case I should perhaps be able to change my opinion of him, and even accept his friendship. He must know that, but his soul is such a wretched thing. He knows it and cannot make up his mind. He knows it and yet asks for guarantees. He cannot bring himself to trust. He wants me to give him hopes of myself before he lets go of his 100,000 roubles. As to the former word, which he declared lighted up the night of his life, he is simply an impudent liar. I merely pitied him once. But he is audacious and shameless. He immediately began to hope at that very moment. I saw it. He has tried to catch me ever since. He is still fishing for me. Well, enough of this. Take the letter and give it back to him as soon as you have left our house. Not before, of course. And what shall I tell him by way of answer? Nothing, of course. That's the best answer. Is it the case that you are going to live in his house? Yes, your father kindly recommended me to him. Then look out for him, I warn you. He won't forgive you easily for taking back the letter. Aglaya pressed the prince's hand and left the room. Her face was serious and frowning. She did not even smile as she nodded goodbye to him at the door. "I'll just get my parcel and we'll go," said the prince to Gania, as he re-entered the drawing-room. Gania stamped his foot with impatience. His face looked dark and gloomy with rage. At last they left the house behind them, the prince carrying his bundle. "The answer, quick, the answer!" said Gania the instant they were outside. "What did she say? Did you give the letter?" The prince silently held out the note. Gania was struck motionless with amazement. "How? What? My letter?" he cried. "He never delivered it. I might have guessed it. Oh, curse him! Of course she did not understand what I meant, naturally. Why didn't you give her the note? You—" "Excuse me, I was about to deliver it almost immediately after receiving your commission, and I gave it too, just as you asked me to. It has come into my hands now, because Aglaya Ivanovna has just returned it to me." "How? When?" "As soon as I finished writing in her album for her, and when she asked me to come out of the room with her. You heard? We went into the dining-room, and she gave me your letter to read, and then told me to return it." "To read!" cried Gania, almost at the top of his voice. "To read! And you read it?" And again he stood like a log in the middle of the pavement, so amazed that his mouth remained open after the last word had left it. "Yes, I have just read it." "And she gave it you to read herself? Herself?" "Yes, herself. And you may believe me when I tell you that I would not have read it for anything without her permission." Gania was silent for a minute or two, as though thinking out some problem. Suddenly he cried: "It's impossible! She cannot have given it you to read. You are lying. You read it yourself." "I am telling you the truth," said the prince in his former composed tone of voice. "And believe me, I am extremely sorry that the circumstance should have made such an unpleasant impression upon you." "But, you wretched man, at least she must have said something. There must be some answer from her." "Yes, of course she did say something." "Out with it then, damn it! Out with it at once!" And Gania stamped his foot twice on the pavement. "As soon as I had finished reading it, she told me that you were fishing for her. that you wished to compromise her so far as to receive some hopes from her, trusting to which hopes you might break with the prospect of receiving 100,000 roubles. She said that if you had done this without bargaining with her, if you had broken with the money prospects without trying to force a guarantee out of her first, she might have been your friend. That's all, I think. Oh no, when I asked her what I was to say, as I took the letter, she replied that no answer is the best answer. I think that was it. Forgive me if I do not use her exact expressions. I tell you the sense as I understood it myself. Ungovernable rage and madness took entire possession of Gania, and his fury burst out without the least attempt at restraint. "Oh, that's it, is it?" he yelled. "She throws my letters out of the window, does she? Oh, and she does not condescend to bargain, while I do, eh? We shall see, we shall see. I shall pay her out for this." He twisted himself about with rage and grew paler and paler. He shook his fist. So the pair walked along a few steps. Gania did not stand on ceremony with the prince. He behaved just as though he were alone in his room. He clearly counted the latter as a nonentity. But suddenly he seemed to have an idea, and recollected himself. "But how was it," he asked, "how was it that you, idiot that you are," he added to himself, "were so very confidential a couple of hours after your first meeting with these people? How was that, Up to this moment jealousy had not been one of his torments. Now it suddenly gnawed at his heart. "That is a thing I cannot undertake to explain," replied the prince. Gania looked at him with angry contempt. "Oh, I suppose the present she wished to make to you, when she took you into the dining-room, was her confidence, I suppose that was it. I cannot explain it otherwise." "But why? Why? Devil take it, what did you do in there? Why did they fancy you? Look here, can't you remember exactly what you said to them from the very beginning? Can't you remember?" "Oh, we talked of a great many things. When first I went in, we began to speak of Switzerland." "Oh, the devil take Switzerland!" "Then about executions." "Executions?" "Yes, at least about one. Then I told the whole 3 years' story of my life, and the history of a poor peasant girl." "Oh, damn the peasant girl! Go on," said Gania impatiently. "Then how Schneider told me about my childish nature, and—" "Oh, curse Schneider and his dirty opinions! Go on." "Then I began to talk about faces, at least about the expressions of faces, and said that Aglaya Ivanovna was nearly as lovely as Nastasia Philipovna. It was then I blurted out about the portrait." "But you didn't repeat what you heard in the study? You didn't repeat that, "No, I tell you I did not." "Then how did they... Look here, did Aglaya show my letter to the old lady?" "Oh, there I can give you my fullest assurance that she did not. I was there all the while. She had no time to do it." "But perhaps you may not have observed it. Oh, you damned idiot, you!" he shouted, quite beside himself with fury. "You can't even describe what went on." Gania, having once descended to abuse, and receiving no check, very soon knew no bounds or limit to his licence, as is often the way in such cases. His rage so blinded him that he had not even been able to detect that this idiot, whom he was abusing to such an extent, was very far from being slow of comprehension, and had a way of taking in an impression, and afterwards giving it out again, which was very unidiotic indeed. But something a little unforeseen now occurred. "I think I ought to tell you, Gavrila Ardalionovitch," said the prince suddenly, "that though I once was so ill that I really was little better than an idiot, yet now I am almost recovered, and that therefore it is not altogether pleasant to be called an idiot to my face. Of course your anger is excusable, considering the treatment you have just experienced, but I must remind you that you have twice abused me rather rudely. I do not like this sort of thing, and especially so at the first time of meeting a man, and therefore, as we happen to be at this moment standing at a crossroad, don't you think we had better part? You to the left, homewards, and I to the right, here. I have 25 roubles, and I shall easily find a lodging." Gania was much confused, and blushed for shame. "Do forgive me, prince," he cried, suddenly changing his abusive tone for one of great courtesy. "For heaven's sake, forgive me. You see what a miserable plight I am in, but you hardly know anything of the facts of the case as yet. If you did, I am sure you would forgive me, at least partially. Of course it was inexcusable of me, I know, but—" "Oh dear me, I really do not require such profuse apologies," replied the prince hastily. "I quite understand how unpleasant your position is, and that is what made you abuse me. So come along to your house after all. I shall be delighted." "I am not going to let him go like this," thought Gania, glancing angrily at the prince as they walked along. "The fellow has sucked everything out of me, and now he takes off his mask. There's something more than appears here. We shall see. It shall all be as clear as water by tonight. Everything." But by this time they had reached Gania's house. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Part 1, Chapter 8 of The Idiot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 8. The flat occupied by Gania and his family was on the third floor of the house. It was reached by a clean, light staircase, and consisted of 7 rooms, a nice enough lodging, and one would have thought it a little too good for a clerk on 2,000 roubles a year. But it was designed to accommodate a few lodgers on board terms, and had been taken a few months since, much to the disgust of Gania, at the urgent request of his mother and his sister, Varvara Ardalionovna, who longed to do something to increase the family income a little, and fixed their hopes upon letting lodgings. Gania frowned upon the idea. He thought it infra dig, and did not quite like appearing in society afterwards, that society in which he had been accustomed to pose up to now as a young man of rather brilliant prospects. All these concessions and rebuffs of fortune of late had wounded his spirit severely, and his temper had become extremely irritable, his wrath being generally quite out of proportion to the cause. But if he had made up his mind to put up with this sort of life for a while, it was only on the plain understanding with his inner self that he would very soon change it all, and have things as he chose again. Yet the very means by which he hoped to make this change threatened to involve him in even greater difficulties than he had had before. The flat was divided by a passage which led straight out of the entrance hall. Along one side of this corridor lay the 3 rooms which were designed for the accommodation of the highly recommended lodgers. Besides these three rooms, there was another small one at the end of the passage, close to the kitchen, which was allotted to General Ivolgin, the nominal master of the house, who slept on a wide sofa, and was obliged to pass into and out of his room through the kitchen, and up or down the back stairs. Colia, Gania's younger brother, a schoolboy of 13, shared this room with his father. He too had to sleep on an old sofa, a narrow, uncomfortable thing with a torn rug over it, his chief duty being to look after his father, who needed to be watched more and more every day. The prince was given the middle room of the three, the first being occupied by one Ferdishenko, while the third was empty. But Gania first conducted the prince to the family apartments. These consisted of a salon, which became the dining room when required, a drawing room, which was only a drawing room in the morning, and became Gania's study in the evening, and his bedroom at night, and lastly, Nina Alexandrovna's and Varvara's bedroom, a small, close chamber which they shared together. In a word, the whole place was confined and a tight fit for the party. Gania used to grind his teeth with rage over the state of affairs, though he was anxious to be dutiful and polite to his mother. However, it was very soon apparent to anyone coming into the house that Gania was the tyrant of the family. Nina Alexandrovna and her daughter were both seated in the drawing-room, engaged in knitting, and talking to a visitor, Ivan Petrovitch Ptitsin. The lady of the house appeared to be a woman of about 50 years of age, thin-faced, and with black lines under the eyes. She looked ill and rather sad, but her face was a pleasant one for all that, and from the first word that fell from her lips, any stranger would at once conclude that she was of a serious and particularly sincere nature. In spite of her sorrowful expression, she gave the idea of possessing considerable firmness and decision. Her dress was modest and simple to a degree, dark and elderly in style, but both her face and appearance gave evidence that she had seen better days. Varvara was a girl of some 23 summers, of middle height, thin, but possessing a face which, without being actually beautiful, had the rare quality of charm, and might fascinate even to the extent of passionate regard. She was very like her mother. She even dressed like her, which proved that she had no taste for smart clothes. The expression of her grey eyes was merry and gentle, when it was not, as lately, too full of thought and anxiety. The same decision and firmness was to be observed in her face as in her mother's, but her strength seemed to be more vigorous than that of Nina Alexandrovna. She was subject to outbursts of temper, of which even her brother was a little afraid. The present visitor, Ptitsin, was also afraid of her. This was a young fellow of something under 30, dressed plainly but neatly. His manners were good, but rather ponderously so. His dark beard bore evidence to the fact that he was not in any government employ. He could speak well, but preferred silence. On the whole, he made a decidedly agreeable impression. He was clearly attracted by Varvara, and made no secret of his feelings. She trusted him in a friendly way, but had not shown him any decided encouragement as yet, which fact did not quell his ardour in the least. Nina Alexandrovna was very fond of him, and had grown quite confidential with him of late. Ptitsin, as was well known, was engaged in the business of lending out money on good security, and at a good rate of interest. He was a great friend of Gania's. After a formal introduction by Gania, who greeted his mother very shortly, took no notice of his sister, and immediately marched Ptitsin out of the room, Nina Alexandrovna addressed a few kind words to the prince, and forthwith requested Colia, who had just appeared at the door, to show him to the middle room. Colia was a nice-looking boy. His expression was simple and confiding, and his manners were very polite and engaging. "Where's your luggage?" he asked, as he led the prince away to his room. "I had a bundle. It's in the entrance hall." "I'll bring it you directly. We only have a cook and one maid, so I have to help as much as I can. Varia looks after things generally, and loses her temper over it. Gania says that you have only just arrived from Switzerland." "Yes." "Is it jolly there?" "Very." "Mountains?" "Yes." "I'll go and get your bundle." Here Varvara joined them. "The maid shall bring your bed linen directly. Have you a portmanteau?" "No, a bundle. Your brother has just gone to the hall for it." "There's nothing there except this," said Colia, returning at this moment. "Where did you put it?" "Oh, but that's all I have," said the prince, taking it. "Ah, I thought perhaps Ferdishenko had taken it." "Don't talk nonsense," said Varia severely. She seemed put out, and was only just polite with the prince. "Oh," laughed the boy, "you can be nicer than that to me, you know. I'm not Ptitsin. You ought to be whipped, Colia, you silly boy. If you want anything," to the prince, "please apply to the servant. We dine at 4:30. You can take your dinner with us, or have it in your room, just as you please. Come along, Colia, don't disturb the prince." At the door they met Gania coming in. "Is father in?" he asked. Colia whispered something in his ear and went out. "Just a couple of words, prince, if you'll excuse me. Don't blab over there about what you may see here, or in this house, as to all that about Aglaya and me, you know. Things are not altogether pleasant in this establishment. Devil take it all, you'll see. At all events, keep your tongue to yourself for today." "I assure you I blabbed a great deal less than you seem to suppose," said the prince with some annoyance. Clearly the relations between Gania and himself were by no means improving. "Oh, well, I caught it quite hot enough today, thanks to you. However, I forgive you." "I think you might fairly remember that I was not in any way bound. I had no reason to be silent about that portrait. You never asked me not to mention it." "Pooh, what a wretched room this is! Dark, and the window looking out into the yard. Your coming to our house is in no respect opportune. However, it's not my affair. I don't keep the lodgings." Ptitsin here looked in and beckoned to Gania, who hastily left the room, in spite of the fact that he had evidently wished to say something more, and had only made the remark about the room to gain time. The prince had hardly had time to wash and tidy himself a little when the door opened once more, and another figure appeared. This was a gentleman of about 30, tall, broad-shouldered, and red-haired. His face was red too, and he possessed a pair of thick lips, a wide nose, small eyes rather bloodshot, and with an ironical expression in them, as though he were perpetually winking at someone. His whole appearance gave one the idea of impudence. His dress was shabby. He opened the door just enough to let his head in. His head remained so placed for a few seconds, while he quietly scrutinized the room. The door then opened enough to admit his body, but still he did not enter. He stood on the threshold and examined the prince carefully. At last he gave the door a final shove, entered, approached the prince, took his hand, and seated himself and the owner of the room on 2 chairs side by side. "Ferdishenko," he said, gazing intently and inquiringly into the prince's eyes. "Very well, what next?" said the latter, almost laughing in his face. "A lodger here," continued the other, staring as before. "Do you wish to make acquaintance?" asked the prince. "Ah!"
said the visitor, passing his fingers through his hair and sighing. He then looked over to the other side of the room and around it. "Got any money?" he asked suddenly. "Not much." "How much?" 25 roubles. "Let's see it." The prince took his banknote out and showed it to Ferdishenko. The latter unfolded it and looked at it. Then he turned it round and examined the other side. Then he held it up to the light. "How strange that it should have browned so," he said reflectively. "These 25-rouble notes brown in a most extraordinary way, while other notes often grow paler. Take it." The prince took his note. Ferdishenko rose. "I came here to warn you," he said. "In the first place, don't lend me any money, for I shall certainly ask you to." "Very well." "Shall you pay here?" "Yes, I intend to." "Oh, I don't intend to, thanks. I live here, next door to you. You noticed a room, did you? Don't come to me very often. I shall see you here quite often enough. Have you seen the general?" "No." "Nor heard him?" "No, of course not." "Well, you'll both hear and see him soon. He even tries to borrow money from me. Avis au lecteur. Goodbye. Do you think a man can possibly live with a name like Ferdishenko?" "Why not?" "Goodbye." And so he departed. The prince found out afterwards that this gentleman made it his business to amaze people with his originality and wit, but that it did not as a rule come off. He even produced a bad impression on some people, which grieved him sorely, but he did not change his ways for all that. As he went out of the prince's room, he collided with yet another visitor coming in. Ferdishenko took the opportunity of making several warning gestures to the prince from behind the new arrival's back, and left the room in conscious pride. This next arrival was a tall, red-faced man of about 55, with greyish hair and whiskers, and large eyes which stood out of their sockets. His appearance would have been distinguished, had it not been that he gave the idea of being rather dirty. He was dressed in an old coat, and he smelled of vodka when he came near. His walk was effective, and he clearly did his best to appear dignified, and to impress people by his manner. This gentleman now approached the prince slowly, and with a most courteous smile, silently took his hand and held it in his own, as he examined the prince's features, as though searching for familiar traits therein. "'Tis he, 'tis he," he said at last quietly, but with much solemnity. "As though he were alive once more. I heard the familiar name, the dear familiar name, and oh, how it reminded me of the irrevocable past. Prince Myshkin, I believe." "Exactly so." "General Ivolgin, retired and unfortunate. May I ask your Christian and generic names?" "Lef Nicolaievitch." "So, so. The son of my old, I may say my childhood's friend, Nicolai Petrovitch." "My father's name was Nicolai Lvovitch." "Lvovitch," repeated the general without the slightest haste, and with perfect confidence, just as though he had not committed himself the least in the world, but merely made a little slip of the tongue. He sat down, and taking the prince's hand, drew him to a seat next to himself. "I carried you in my arms as a baby," he observed. "Really?" asked the prince. "Why, it's 20 years since my father died." "Yes, yes, 20 years and 3 months. We were educated together. I went straight into the army, and he—" "My father went straight into the army too. He was a sub-lieutenant in the Vasilievsky regiment." "No, sir, in the Bielomirsky. He changed into the latter shortly before his death. I was at his bedside when he died,
and gave him my blessing for eternity. Your mother—" The general paused as though overcome with emotion. "She died a few months later, from a cold," said the prince. "Oh, not cold. Believe an old man, not from a cold, but from grief for her prince. Oh, your mother, hey-ho! Youth, youth! Your father and I, old friends as we were, nearly murdered each other for her sake." The prince began to be a little incredulous. "I was passionately in love with her when she was engaged to my friend. The prince noticed the fact and was furious. He came and woke me at 7 o'clock one morning. I rise and dress in amazement. Silence on both sides. I understand it all. He takes a couple of pistols out of his pocket, across a handkerchief, without witnesses. Why invite witnesses when both of us would be walking in eternity in a couple of minutes? The pistols are loaded. We stretch the handkerchief and stand opposite one another. We aim the pistols at each other's hearts. Suddenly tears start to our eyes, our hands shake, we weep, we embrace. The battle is one of self-sacrifice now. The prince shouts. 'She is yours!' I cry. 'She is yours!' In a word. You've come to live with us, hey?" Yes, for a while, I think," stammered the prince. "Prince, mother begs you to come to her," said Colia, appearing at the door. The prince rose to go, but the general once more laid his hand in a friendly manner on his shoulder, and dragged him down onto the sofa. "As the true friend of your father, I wish to say a few words to you," he began. "I have suffered. There was a catastrophe. I suffered without a trial. I had no trial. Nina Alexandrovna, my wife, is an excellent woman. So is my daughter Varvara. We have to let lodgings because we are poor. A dreadful, unheard of come-down for us, for me, who should have been a governor-general. But we are very glad to have you, at all events. Meanwhile there is a tragedy in the house." The prince looked inquiringly at the other. "Yes, a marriage is being arranged. A marriage between a questionable woman and a young fellow who might be a flunkey. They wish to bring this woman into the house where my wife and daughter reside. But while I live and breathe she shall never enter my doors. I shall lie at the threshold, and she shall trample me underfoot if she does. I hardly talk to Gania now, and avoid him as much as I can. I warn you of this beforehand, but you cannot fail to observe it. But you are the son of my old friend, and I hope—" "Prince, be so kind as to come to me for a moment in the drawing-room," said Nina Alexandrovna herself, appearing at the door. "Imagine, my dear," cried the general, "it turns out that I have nursed the prince on my knee in the old days." His wife looked searchingly at him and glanced at the prince, but said nothing. The prince rose and followed her, but hardly had they reached the drawing-room, and Nina Alexandrovna had begun to talk hurriedly, when in came the general. She immediately relapsed into silence. The master of the house may have observed this, but at all events he did not take any notice of it. He was in high good humour. "A son of my old friend, dear," he cried. "Surely you must remember Prince Nicolai Lvovitch? You saw him at Tver." "I don't remember any Nicolai Lvovitch. Was that your father?" she inquired of the prince. "Yes, but he died at Lizavietgrad, not at Tver," said the prince rather timidly. "So Pavlicheff told me." "No, Tver," insisted the general. "He removed just before his death. You were very small and cannot remember.
and Pavlicheff, though an excellent fellow, may have made a mistake."
"You knew Pavlicheff, then?"
"Oh yes, a wonderful fellow. But I was present myself. I gave him my blessing."
"My father was just about to be tried when he died," said the prince, "although I never knew of what he was accused. He died in hospital."
"Oh, it was the Kolpakoff business, and of course he would have been acquitted."
"Yes, do you know that for a fact?" asked the prince, whose curiosity was aroused by the general's words.
"I should think so, indeed," cried the latter.
"The court-martial came to no decision. It was a mysterious, an impossible business, one might say. Captain Larionov,
Commander of the company?
had died. His command was handed over to the prince for the moment. Very well. This soldier, Kolpakoff, stole some leather from one of his comrades, intending to sell it and spend the money on drink. Well, the prince, you understand that what follows took place in the presence of the sergeant-major and a corporal. The prince rated Kolpakoff soundly and threatened to have him flogged. Well, Kolpakoff went back to the barracks, lay down on a camp bedstead, and in a quarter of an hour was dead. You quite understand? It was, as I said, a strange, almost impossible affair. In due course, Kolpakoff was buried. The prince wrote his report, the deceased's name was removed from the roll. All as it should be, is it not? But exactly 3 months later, at the inspection of the brigade, the man Kolpakoff was found in the 3rd company of the 2nd battalion of infantry, Novozemliansky division, just as if nothing had happened."
"What?"
said the prince, much astonished. "It did not occur. It's a mistake," said Nina Alexandrovna quickly, looking at the prince rather anxiously. "Mon mari se trompe," she added, speaking in French.
"My dear, se trompe is easily said. Do you remember any case at all like it? Everybody was at their wits' end. I should be the first to say qu'on se trompe. But unfortunately I was an eyewitness, and was also on the commission of inquiry. Everything proved that it was really he, the very same soldier, Kolpakoff, who had been given the usual military funeral to the sound of the drum. It is, of course, a most curious case, nearly an impossible one. I recognize that. But, father, your dinner is ready," said Varvara at this point, putting her head in at the door. "Very glad, I'm particularly hungry. Yes, yes, a strange coincidence. Almost a psychological... Your soup will be cold, do come." "Coming, coming," said the general. "Son of my old friend," he was heard muttering as he went down the passage. "You will have to excuse very much in my husband if you stay with us," said Nina Alexandrovna, "but he will not disturb you often. He dines alone. Everyone has his little peculiarities, you know, and some people perhaps have more than those who are most pointed at and laughed at. One thing I must beg of you. If my husband applies to you for payment for board and lodging, tell him that you have already paid me. Of course, anything paid by you to the general would be as fully settled as if paid to me, so far as you are concerned. But I wish it to be so, if you please, for convenience sake. What is it, Varia?" Varia had quietly entered the room, and was holding out the portrait of Nastasia Philipovna to her mother. Nina Alexandrovna started, and examined the photograph intently, gazing at it long and sadly. At last she looked up inquiringly at Varia. "It's a present from herself to him," said Varia. "The question is to be finally decided this evening." "This evening," repeated her mother in a tone of despair, but softly, as though to herself. "Then it's all settled, of course, and there's no hope left to us."
She has anticipated her answer by the present of her portrait. Did he show it you himself?" she added in some surprise. "You know we have hardly spoken to each other for a whole month. Ptitsin told me all about it, and the photo was lying under the table, and I picked it up." "Prince," asked Nina Alexandrovna, "I wanted to inquire whether you have known my son long. I think he said you had only arrived today from somewhere." The prince gave a short narrative of what we have heard before, leaving out the greater part. The two ladies listened intently. "I did not ask about Gania out of curiosity," said the elder at last. "I wish to know how much you know about him, because he said just now that we need not stand on ceremony with you. What exactly does that mean?" At this moment Gania and Ptitsin entered the room together, and Nina Alexandrovna immediately became silent again. The prince remained seated next to her, but Varia moved to the other end of the room. The portrait of Nastasia Philipovna remained lying as before on the work-table. Gania observed it there, and with a frown of annoyance snatched it up and threw it across to his writing-table, which stood at the other end of the room. "Is it today, Gania?" asked Nina Alexandrovna at last. "Is what today?" cried the former. Then suddenly recollecting himself, he turned sharply on the prince. "Oh," he growled, "I see you are here, that explains it. Is it a disease or what, that you can't hold your tongue? Look here, understand once for all, prince. I am to blame in this, Gania, no one else," said Ptitsin. Gania glanced inquiringly at the speaker. "It's better so, you know, Gania, especially as, from one point of view, the matter may be considered as settled," said Ptitsin, and sitting down a little way from the table, he began to study a paper covered with pencil writing. Gania stood and frowned. He expected a family scene. He never thought of apologizing to the prince, however. "If it's all settled, Gania, then of course Mr. Ptitsin is right," said Nina Alexandrovna. "Don't frown. You need not worry yourself, Gania. I shall ask you no questions. You need not tell me anything you don't like. I assure you I have quite submitted to your will." She said all this, knitting away the while, as though perfectly calm and composed. Gania was surprised, but cautiously kept silence and looked at his mother, hoping that she would express herself more clearly. Nina Alexandrovna observed his cautiousness, and added, with a bitter smile, "You are still suspicious, I see, and do not believe me. But you may be quite at your ease. There shall be no more tears nor questions. Not from my side, at all events. All I wish is that you may be happy, you know that. I have submitted to my fate. But my heart will always be with you, whether we remain united or whether we part. Of course I only answer for myself. You can hardly expect your sister—" "My sister again!" cried Gania, looking at her with contempt and almost hate. "Look here, mother, I have already given you my word that I shall always respect you, fully and absolutely, and so shall everyone else in this house, be it who it may who shall cross this threshold." Gania was so much relieved that he gazed at his mother almost affectionately. "I was not at all afraid for myself, Gania, as you know well. It was not for my own sake that I have been so anxious and worried all this time. They say it is all to be settled today. What is to be settled?" "She has promised to tell me tonight at her own house whether she consents or not," replied Gania. "We have been silent on this subject for 3 weeks," said his mother, "and it was better so. And now I will only ask you one question. How can she give her consent and make you a present of her portrait when you do not love her? How can such a...
Practised hand, eh? I was not going to express myself so, but how could you so blind her?" Nina Alexandrovna's question betrayed intense annoyance. Gania waited a moment and then said, without taking the trouble to conceal the irony of his tone: "There you are, mother, you are always like that. You begin by promising that there are to be no reproaches or insinuations or questions, and here you are beginning them at once. We had better drop the subject, we had really. I shall never leave you, mother. Any other man would cut and run from such a sister as this. See how she is looking at me at this moment. Besides, how do you know that I am blinding Nastasia Philipovna? As for Varia, I don't care. She can do just as she pleases. There, that's quite enough." Gania's irritation increased with every word he uttered, as he walked up and down the room. These conversations always touched the family sores before long. "I have said already that the moment she comes in, I go out, and I shall keep my word," remarked Varia. "Out of obstinacy!" shouted Gania. "You haven't married either, thanks to your obstinacy. Oh, you needn't frown at me, Varvara. You can go at once, for all I care. I am sick enough of your company. What, you are going to leave us, are you, too?" he cried, turning to the prince, who was rising from his chair. Gania's voice was full of the most uncontrolled and uncontrollable irritation. The prince turned at the door to say something, but perceiving in Gania's expression that there was but that one drop wanting to make the cup overflow, he changed his mind and left the room without a word. A few minutes later he was aware from the noisy voices in the drawing-room that the conversation had become more quarrelsome than ever after his departure. He crossed the salon and the entrance hall so as to pass down the corridor into his own room. As he came near the front door, he heard someone outside vainly endeavouring to ring the bell, which was evidently broken, and only shook a little, without emitting any sound. The prince took down the chain and opened the door. He started back in amazement, for there stood Nastasia Philipovna. He knew her at once from her photograph. Her eyes blazed with anger as she looked at him. She quickly pushed by him into the hall, shouldering him out of her way, and said furiously as she threw off her fur cloak: "If you are too lazy to mend your bell, you should at least wait in the hall to let people in when they rattle the bell handle. There now, you've dropped my fur cloak, dummy!" Sure enough, the cloak was lying on the ground. Nastasia had thrown it off towards the prince, expecting him to catch it, but the prince had missed it. "Now then, announce me, quick!" The prince wanted to say something, but was so confused and astonished that he could not. However, he moved off towards the drawing-room with the cloak over his arm. "Now then, where are you taking my cloak to? Are you mad?" The prince turned and came back, more confused than ever. When she burst out laughing, he smiled, but his tongue could not form a word as yet. At first, when he had opened the door and saw her standing before him, he had become as pale as death, but now the red blood had rushed back to his cheeks in a torrent. "Why, what an idiot it is!" cried Nastasia, stamping her foot with irritation. "Go on, do! Whom are you going to announce?" "Nastasia Philipovna," murmured the prince. "And how do you know that?" she asked him sharply. "I have never seen you before." "Go on, announce me. What's that noise?" "They are quarrelling," said the prince, and entered the drawing-room, just as matters in there had almost reached a crisis. Nina Alexandrovna had forgotten that she had submitted to everything. She was defending Varia. Ptitsin was taking her part too. Not that Varia was afraid of standing up for herself, she was by no means that sort of a girl, but her brother was becoming ruder and more intolerable every moment. Her usual practice in such cases as the present was to say nothing, but stare at him without taking her eyes off his face for an instant. This manoeuvre, as she well knew, could drive Gania distracted. Just at this moment the door opened, and the prince entered, announcing Nastasia Philipovna. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Part 1, Chapter 9 of The Idiot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 9. Silence immediately fell on the room. All looked at the prince as though they neither understood nor hoped to understand. Gania was motionless with horror. Nastasia's arrival was a most unexpected and overwhelming event to all parties. In the first place, she had never been before. Up to now she had been so haughty that she had never even asked Gania to introduce her to his parents. Of late she had not so much as mentioned them. Gania was partly glad of this, but still he had put it to her debit in the account to be settled after marriage. He would have borne anything from her rather than this visit, but one thing seemed to him quite clear. Her visit now, and the present of her portrait on this particular day, pointed out plainly enough which way she intended to make her decision. The incredulous amazement with which all regarded the prince did not last long, for Nastasia herself appeared at the door and passed in, pushing by the prince again. "At last I've stormed the citadel. Why do you tie up your bell?" she said merrily, as she pressed Gania's hand, the latter having rushed up to her as soon as she made her appearance. "What are you looking so upset about? Introduce me, please." The bewildered Gania introduced her first to Varia, and both women, before shaking hands, exchanged looks of strange import. Nastasia, however, smiled amiably, but Varia did not try to look amiable, and kept her gloomy expression. She did not even vouchsafe the usual courteous smile of etiquette. Gania darted a terrible glance of wrath at her for this, but Nina Alexandrovna mended matters a little when Gania introduced her at last. Hardly, however, had the old lady begun about her highly gratified feelings, and so on, when Nastasia left her and flounced into a chair by Gania's side in the corner by the window, and cried, "Where's your study? And where are the lodgers? You do take in lodgers, don't you?" Gania looked dreadfully put out, and tried to say something in reply, but Nastasia interrupted him. "Why, where are you going to squeeze lodgers in here? Don't you use a study? Does this sort of thing pay?" she added, turning to Nina Alexandrovna. "Well, it is troublesome, rather," said the latter, "but I suppose it will pay pretty well. We have only just begun, however." Again Nastasia Philipovna did not hear the sentence out. She glanced at Gania and cried, laughing, "Ah, what a face! My goodness, what a face you have on at this moment!" Indeed, Gania did not look in the least like himself. His bewilderment and his alarmed perplexity passed off, however, and his lips now twitched with rage as he continued to stare evilly at his laughing guest, while his countenance became absolutely livid.
There was another witness who, though standing at the door motionless and bewildered himself, still managed to remark Gania's death-like pallor, and the dreadful change that had come over his face. This witness was the prince, who now advanced in alarm and muttered to Gania: "Drink some water, and don't look like that." It was clear that he came out with these words quite spontaneously, on the spur of the moment, but his speech was productive of much, for it appeared that all Gania's rage now overflowed upon the prince. He seized him by the shoulder and gazed with an intensity of loathing and revenge at him, but said nothing, as though his feelings were too strong to permit of words. General agitation prevailed. Nina Alexandrovna gave a little cry of anxiety. Ptitsin took a step forward in alarm. Colia and Ferdishenko stood stock still at the door in amazement. Only Varia remained coolly watching the scene from under her eyelashes. She did not sit down, but stood by her mother with folded hands. However, Gania recollected himself almost immediately. He let go of the prince and burst out laughing. "Why, are you a doctor, prince, or what?" he asked as naturally as possible. "I declare you quite frightened me. Nastasia Philipovna, let me introduce this interesting character to you, though I have only known him myself since the morning." Nastasia gazed at the prince in bewilderment. "Prince? He a prince? Why, I took him for the footman just now, and sent him in to announce me. Ha, 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 ha! Isn't that good?" "Not bad, that, not bad at all," put in Ferdishenko. "Se non è vero. I rather think I pitched into you too, didn't I? Forgive me, do. Who is he, did you say? What prince? Myshkin," she added, addressing Gania. "He is a lodger of ours," explained the latter. "An idiot." The prince distinctly heard the word half whispered from behind him. This was Ferdishenko's voluntary information for Nastasia's benefit. "Tell me, why didn't you put me right when I made such a dreadful mistake just now?" continued the latter, examining the prince from head to foot without the slightest ceremony. She awaited the answer as though convinced that it would be so foolish that she must inevitably fail to restrain her laughter over it. "I was astonished, seeing you so suddenly," murmured the prince. "How did you know who I was? Where had you seen me before? And why were you so struck dumb at the sight of me? What was there so overwhelming about me?" "Oh, ho, ho, ho!" cried Ferdishenko. "Now then, prince, my word, what things I would say if I had such a chance as that! My goodness, prince, go on." "So should I in your place, I've no doubt," laughed the prince to Ferdishenko, then continued, addressing Nastasia. "Your portrait struck me very forcibly this morning. Then I was talking about you to the Epanchins, and then in the train, before I reached Petersburg, Parfen Rogojin told me a good deal about you, and at the very moment that I opened the door to you, I happened to be thinking of you, when there you stood before me." "And how did you recognize me?" "From the portrait." "What else?" "I seemed to imagine you exactly as you are. I seemed to have seen you somewhere." "Where? Where?" "I seem to have seen your eyes somewhere, but it cannot be. I have not seen you. I never was here before. I may have dreamed of you, I don't know." The prince said all this with manifest effort, in broken sentences, and with many drawings of breath. He was evidently much agitated. Nastasia Philipovna looked at him inquisitively, but did not laugh. "Bravo, prince!" cried Ferdishenko, delighted. At this moment a loud voice from behind the group which hedged in the prince and Nastasia Philipovna divided the crowd, as it were, and before them stood the head of the family, General Ivolgin. He was dressed in evening clothes, his moustache was dyed. This apparition was too much for Gania. Vain and ambitious almost to morbidness, he had had much to put up with in the last 2 months, and was seeking feverishly for some means of enabling himself to lead a more presentable kind of existence. At home he now adopted an attitude of absolute cynicism, but he could not keep this up before Nastasia Philipovna, although he had sworn to make her pay after marriage for all he suffered now. He was experiencing a last humiliation, the bitterest of all at this moment, the humiliation of blushing for his own kindred in his own house. A question flashed through his mind as to whether the game was really worth the candle. For that had happened at this moment which for 2 months had been his nightmare, which had filled his soul with dread and shame. The meeting between his father and Nastasia Philipovna. He had often tried to imagine such an event, but had found the picture too mortifying and exasperating, and had quietly dropped it. Very likely he anticipated far worse things than was at all necessary. It is often so with vain persons. He had long since determined, therefore, to get his father out of the way, anywhere, before his marriage, in order to avoid such a meeting. But when Nastasia entered the room just now, he had been so overwhelmed with astonishment that he had not thought of his father, and had made no arrangements to keep him out of the way. And now it was too late. There he was, and got up too in a dress coat and white tie, and Nastasia in the very humour to heap ridicule on him and his family circle. Of this last fact he felt quite persuaded. What else had she come for? There were his mother and his sister sitting before her, and she seemed to have forgotten their very existence already. And if she behaved like that, he thought, she must have some object in view. Ferdishenko led the general up to Nastasia Philipovna. "Ardalion Alexandrovitch Ivolgin," said the smiling general with a low bow of great dignity. "An old soldier, unfortunate, and the father of this family. But happy in the hope of including in that family so exquisite—" He did not finish his sentence, for at this moment Ferdishenko pushed a chair up from behind, and the general, not very firm on his legs, at this post-prandial hour, flopped into it backwards. It was always a difficult thing to put this warrior to confusion, and his sudden descent left him as composed as before. He had sat down just opposite to Nastasia, whose fingers he now took, and raised to his lips with great elegance and much courtesy. The general had once belonged to a very select circle of society, but he had been turned out of it 2 or 3 years since on account of certain weaknesses, in which he now indulged with all the less restraint, but his good manners remained with him to this day, in spite of all. Nastasia Philipovna seemed delighted at the appearance of this latest arrival, of whom she had of course heard a good deal by report. "I have heard that my son—" began Ardalion Alexandrovitch. "Your son, indeed! A nice papa you are! You might have come to see me anyhow, without compromising anyone. Do you hide yourself, or does your son hide you? The children of the 19th century and their parents," began the general again. "Nastasia Philipovna, will you excuse the general for a moment? Someone is inquiring for him," said Nina Alexandrovna in a loud voice, interrupting the conversation. "Excuse him? Oh no! I have wished to see him too long for that. Why, what business can he have? He has retired, hasn't he? You won't leave me, General, will you? I give you my word that he shall come and see you, but he needs rest just now." "General, they say you require rest," said Nastasia Philipovna, with the melancholy face of a child whose toy is taken away. Ardalion Alexandrovitch immediately did his best to make his foolish position a great deal worse. "My dear," he said solemnly and reproachfully, looking at his wife, with one hand on his heart. "Won't you leave the room, mamma?" asked Varia aloud. "No, Varia, I shall sit it out to the end." Nastasia must have heard both question and reply, but her vivacity was not in the least damped. On the contrary, it seemed to increase. She immediately overwhelmed the general once more with questions, and within 5 minutes that gentleman was as happy as a king, and holding forth at the top of his voice, amid the laughter of almost all who heard him. Colia jogged the prince's arm. "Can't you get him out of the room somehow? Do, please!" And tears of annoyance stood in the boy's eyes. "Curse that Gania!" he muttered between his teeth. "Oh yes, I knew General Epanchin well," General Ivolgin was saying at this moment. "He and Prince Nicolai Ivanovitch Myshkin, whose son I have this day embraced after an absence of 20 years, and I were 3 inseparables. Alas, one is in the grave, torn to pieces by calumnies and bullets. Another is now before you, still battling with calumnies and bullets." "Bullets?" cried Nastasia. "Yes, here in my chest. I received them at the siege of Kars, and I feel them in bad weather now. And as to the third of our trio, Epanchin, of course, after that little affair with the poodle in the railway carriage, it was all up between us." "Poodle? What was that? And in a railway carriage? Dear me," said Nastasia thoughtfully, as though trying to recall something to mind. "Oh, just a silly little occurrence, not really worth telling, about Princess Bielokonski's governess, Miss Smith. And, oh, it is really not worth telling." "No, no, we must have it," cried Nastasia merrily. "Yes, of course," cried Ferdishenko. "C'est du nouveau." "Ardalion," said Nina Alexandrovitch entreatingly. "Papa, you are wanted!" cried Colia. "Well, it is a silly little story, in a few words," began the delighted general. "A couple of years ago, soon after the new railway was opened, I had to go somewhere or other on business. Well, I took a first-class ticket, sat down and began to smoke, or rather continued to smoke, for I had lighted up before. I was alone in the carriage. Smoking is not allowed, but is not prohibited either. It is half allowed, so to speak, winked at. I had the window open. Suddenly, just before the whistle, in came 2 ladies with a little poodle, and sat down opposite to me. Not bad-looking women. One was in light blue, the other in black silk. The poodle, a beauty with a silver collar, lay on light blue's knee. They looked haughtily about, and talked English together. I took no notice, just went on smoking. I observed that the ladies were getting angry, over my cigar, doubtless. One looked at me through her tortoise-shell eyeglass. I took no notice, because they never said a word. If they didn't like the cigar, why couldn't they say so? Not a word, not a hint. Suddenly, and without the very slightest suspicion of warning, light blue seizes my cigar from between my fingers, and whew, out of the window with it. Well, on flew the train, and I sat bewildered. And the young woman, tall and fair, and rather red in the face, too red, glared at me with flashing eyes.
I didn't say a word, but with extreme courtesy, I may say with the most refined courtesy, I reached my finger and thumb over towards the poodle, took it up delicately by the nape of the neck, and chucked it out of the window after the cigar. The train went flying on, and the poodle's yells were lost in the distance. "Oh, you naughty man!" cried Nastasia, laughing and clapping her hands like a child. "Bravo!" said Ferdishenko. Ptitsin laughed too, though he had been very sorry to see the general appear. Even Colia laughed and said, "Bravo!" "And I was right, truly right," cried the general with warmth and solemnity. "For if cigars are forbidden in railway carriages, poodles are much more so." "Well, and what did the lady do?" asked Nastasia impatiently. "That's where all the mischief of it lies," replied Ivolgin, frowning. "Without a word, as it were, of warning, she slapped me on the cheek. An extraordinary woman." "And you?" The general dropped his eyes and elevated his brows, shrugged his shoulders, tightened his lips, spread his hands, and remained silent. At last he blurted out, "I lost my head." "Did you hit her?" "No, oh no! There was a great flare-up, but I didn't hit her. I had to struggle a little, purely to defend myself, but the very devil was in the business. It turned out that Light Blue was an Englishwoman, governess or something, at Princess Bielokonski's, and the other woman was one of the old maid princesses Bielokonsky. Well, everybody knows what great friends the princess and Mrs. Epanchin are, so there was a pretty kettle of fish. All the Bielokonskis went into mourning for the poodle. 6 princesses in tears, and the Englishwoman shrieking. Of course I wrote an apology and called, but they would not receive either me or my apology. And the Epanchins cut me too." "But wait," said Nastasia. "How is it that 5 or 6 days since I read exactly the same story in the paper as happening between a Frenchman and an English girl? The cigar was snatched away exactly as you describe, and the poodle was chucked out of the window after it. The slapping came off too, as in your case, and the girl's dress was light blue." The general blushed dreadfully. Colia blushed too, and Ptitsin turned hastily away. Ferdishenko was the only one who laughed as gaily as before. As to Gania, I need not say that he was miserable. He stood dumb and wretched, and took no notice of anybody. "I assure you," said the general, "that exactly the same thing happened to myself." "I remembered there was some quarrel between father and Miss Smith, the Bielokonski's governess," said Colia. "How very curious! Point for point the same anecdote, and happening at different ends of Europe. Even the light blue dress the same," continued the pitiless Nastasia. "I must really send you the paper." "You must observe," insisted the general, "that my experience was 2 years earlier." "Ah, that's it, no doubt." Nastasia Philipovna laughed hysterically. "Father, will you hear a word from me outside?" said Gania, his voice shaking with agitation, as he seized his father by the shoulder. His eyes shone with a blaze of hatred. At this moment there was a terrific bang at the front door, almost enough to break it down. Some most unusual visitor must have arrived. Colia ran to open. End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Part 1, Chapter 10 of The Idiot.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Eva M. Martin. Part 1, Chapter 10. The entrance hall suddenly became full of noise and people. To judge from the sounds which penetrated to the drawing-room, a number of people had already come in, and the stampede continued. Several voices were talking and shouting at once. Others were talking and shouting on the stairs outside. It was evidently a most extraordinary visit that was about to take place. Everyone exchanged startled glances. Gania rushed out towards the dining-room, but a number of men had already made their way in, and met him. "Ah, here he is, the Judas!" cried a voice which the prince recognized at once. "How d'ye do, Gania, you old blackguard?" "Yes, that's the man," said another voice. There was no room for doubt in the prince's mind. One of the voices was Rogojin's, and the other Lebedeff's. Gania stood at the door like a block and looked on in silence, putting no obstacle in the way of their entrance, and 10 or a dozen men marched in behind Parfen Rogojin. They were a decidedly mixed-looking collection, and some of them came in their furs and caps. None of them were quite drunk, but all appeared to be considerably excited. They seemed to need each other's support, morally, before they dared come in. Not one of them would have entered alone, but with the rest each one was brave enough. Even Rogojin entered rather cautiously at the head of his troop, but he was evidently preoccupied. He appeared to be gloomy and morose, and had clearly come with some end in view. All the rest were merely chorus, brought in to support the chief character. Besides Lebedeff, there was the dandy Zalesheff, who came in with his coat and hat. 2 or 3 others followed his example. The rest were more uncouth. They included a couple of young merchants, a man in a greatcoat, a medical student, a little Pole, a small fat man who laughed continuously, and an enormously tall, stout one who apparently put great faith in the strength of his fists. A couple of ladies of some sort put their heads in at the front door, but did not dare come any farther. Colia promptly banged the door in their faces and locked it. "Hallo, Gania, you blackguard! You didn't expect Rogojin, eh?" said the latter, entering the drawing-room and stopping before Gania. But at this moment he saw seated before him Nastasia Philipovna. He had not dreamed of meeting her here, evidently, for her appearance produced a marvellous effect upon him. He grew pale, and his lips became actually blue. "I suppose it is true, then," he muttered to himself, and his face took on an expression of despair. "So that's the end of it. Now you, sir, will you answer me or not?" he went on suddenly, gazing at Gania with ineffable malice. "Now then, you—" He panted and could hardly speak for agitation. He advanced into the room mechanically, but perceiving Nina Alexandrovna and Varia, he became more or less embarrassed in spite of his excitement. His followers entered after him, and all paused a moment at sight of the ladies. Of course their modesty was not fated to be long-lived, but for a moment they were abashed. Once let them begin to shout, however, and nothing on earth should disconcert them. "What, you here too, prince?" said Rogojin absently, but a little surprised all the same. "Still in your gaiters, eh?" He sighed, and forgot the prince the next moment, and his wild eyes wandered over to Nastasia again, as though attracted in that direction by some magnetic force. Nastasia looked at the new arrivals with great curiosity.
Gania recollected himself at last. "Excuse me, sirs," he said loudly, "but what does all this mean?" He glared at the advancing crowd generally, but addressed his remarks especially to their captain, Rogojin. "You are not in a stable, gentlemen, though you may think it. My mother and sister are present." "Yes, I see your mother and sister," muttered Rogojin through his teeth, and Lebedeff seemed to feel himself called upon to second the statement. "At all events, I must request you to step into the salon," said Gania, his rage rising quite out of proportion to his words, "and then I shall inquire—" "What, he doesn't know me?" said Rogojin, showing his teeth disagreeably. "He doesn't recognize Rogojin." He did not move an inch, however. "I have met you somewhere, I believe, but—" "Met me somewhere? Pooh! Why, it's only 3 months since I lost 200 roubles of my father's money to you at cards. The old fellow died before he found out. Ptitsin knows all about it. Why, I've only to pull out a 3-rouble note and show it to you, and you'd crawl on your hands and knees to the other end of the town for it. That's the sort of man you are. Why, I've come now at this moment to buy you up. Oh, you needn't think that because I wear these boots I have no money. I have lots of money, my beauty, enough to buy up you and all yours together. So I shall if I like to. I'll buy you up. I will!" he yelled, apparently growing more and more intoxicated and excited. "Oh, Nastasia Philipovna, don't turn me out. Say one word, do. Are you going to marry this man or not?" Rogojin asked his question like a lost soul appealing to some divinity, with the reckless daring of one appointed to die, who has nothing to lose. He awaited the reply in deadly anxiety. Nastasia Philipovna gazed at him with a haughty, ironical expression of face. But when she glanced at Nina Alexandrovna and Varia, and from them to Gania, she changed her tone all of a sudden. "Certainly not. What are you thinking of? What could have induced you to ask such a question?" she replied quietly and seriously, and even, apparently, with some astonishment. "No? No?" shouted Rogojin, almost out of his mind with joy. "You are not going to, after all? And they told me! Oh, Nastasia Philipovna, they said you had promised to marry him. Him! As if you could do it! Him! Pooh! I don't mind saying it to everyone. I'd buy him off for 100 roubles any day. Pooh! Give him 1,000 or 3 if he likes, poor devil. And he'd cut and run the day before his wedding, and leave his bride to me. Wouldn't you, Gania, you blackguard? You'd take 3,000, wouldn't you? Here's the money, look, I've come on purpose to pay you off and get your receipt, formally. I said I'd buy you up, and so I will." "Get out of this, you drunken beast!" cried Gania, who was red and white by turns. Rogojin's troop, who were only waiting for an excuse, set up a howl at this. Lebedeff stepped forward and whispered something in Parfen's ear. "You're right, clerk," said the latter. "You're right, tipsy spirit. You're right. Nastasia Philipovna," he added, looking at her like some lunatic, harmless generally, but suddenly wound up to a pitch of audacity. "Here are 18,000 roubles, and you shall have more." Here he threw a packet of banknotes tied up in white paper on the table before her, not daring to say all he wished to say. "No, no, no!" muttered Lebedeff, clutching at his arm. He was clearly aghast at the largeness of the sum, and thought a far smaller amount should have been tried first. "No, you fool! You don't know whom you are dealing with, and it appears I am a fool too,"
said Parfen, trembling beneath the flashing glance of Nastasia.
"Oh, curse it all! What a fool I was to listen to you!" he added with profound melancholy.
Nastasia Philipovna, observing his woebegone expression, suddenly burst out laughing. 18,000 roubles for me? Why, you declare yourself a fool at once, she said with impudent familiarity, as she rose from the sofa and prepared to go. Gania watched the whole scene with a sinking of the heart. 40,000 then! 40,000 roubles instead of 18. Ptitsin and another have promised to find me 40,000 roubles by 7 o'clock tonight. 40,000 roubles! Paid down on the nail. The scene was growing more and more disgraceful, but Nastasia Philipovna continued to laugh and did not go away. Nina Alexandrovna and Varia had both risen from their places and were waiting in silent horror to see what would happen. Varia's eyes were all ablaze with anger, but the scene had a different effect on Nina Alexandrovna. She paled and trembled, and looked more and more like fainting every moment. "Very well then, 100,000! 100,000 paid this very day! Ptitsin, find it for me. A good share shall stick to your fingers. Come!" "You are mad," said Ptitsin, coming up quickly and seizing him by the hand. "You're drunk. The police will be sent for if you don't look out. Think where you are." "Yes, he's boasting like a drunkard," added Nastasia, as though with the sole intention of goading him. "I do not boast. You shall have 100,000 this very day. Ptitsin, get the money, you gay usurer. Take what you like for it, but get it by the evening. I'll show that I'm in earnest," cried Rogojin, working himself up into a frenzy of excitement. "Come, come, what's all this?" cried General Ivolgin, suddenly and angrily coming close up to Rogojin. The unexpectedness of this sally on the part of the hitherto silent old man caused some laughter among the intruders. "Hullo! What's this now?" laughed Rogojin. "You come along with me, old fellow. You shall have as much to drink as you like." "Oh, it's too horrible!" cried poor Colia, sobbing with shame and annoyance. "Surely there must be someone among all of you here who will turn this shameless creature out of the room," cried Varia suddenly. She was shaking and trembling with rage. "That's me, I suppose. I'm the shameless creature," cried Nastasia Philipovna with amused indifference. "Dear me, and I came, like a fool as I am, to invite them over to my house for the evening. Look how your sister treats me, Gavrila Ardalionovitch." For some moments Gania stood as if stunned or struck by lightning after his sister's speech. But seeing that Nastasia Philipovna was really about to leave the room this time, he sprang at Varia and seized her by the arm like a madman. "What have you done?" he hissed, glaring at her as though he would like to annihilate her on the spot. He was quite beside himself and could hardly articulate his words for rage. "What have I done? Where are you dragging me to? Do you wish me to beg pardon of this creature because she has come here to insult our mother and disgrace the whole household, you low, base wretch?" cried Varia, looking back at her brother with proud defiance. A few moments passed as they stood there face to face, Gania still holding her wrist tightly. Varia struggled once, twice, to get free, then could restrain herself no longer, and spat in his face. "There's a girl for you!" cried Nastasia Philipovna. "Mr. Ptitsin, I congratulate you on your choice." Gania lost his head. Forgetful of everything, he aimed a blow at Varia, which would inevitably have laid her low, but suddenly another hand caught his. Between him and Varia stood the prince. "Enough! Enough!" said the latter with insistence, but all of a tremble with excitement.
"Are you going to cross my path for ever, damn you?" cried Gania, and loosening his hold on Varia, he slapped the prince's face with all his force. Exclamations of horror arose on all sides. The prince grew pale as death. He gazed into Gania's eyes with a strange, wild, reproachful look. His lips trembled and vainly endeavoured to form some words. Then his mouth twisted into an incongruous smile. "Very well, never mind about me, but I shall not allow you to strike her," he said at last, quietly. Then suddenly he could bear it no longer, and covering his face with his hands, turned to the wall, and murmured in broken accents, "Oh, how ashamed you will be of this afterwards!" Gania certainly did look dreadfully abashed. Colia rushed up to comfort the prince, and after him crowded Varia, Rogojin and all, even the general. "It's nothing, it's nothing," said the prince, and again he wore the smile which was so inconsistent with the circumstances. "Yes, he will be ashamed," cried Rogojin. "You will be properly ashamed of yourself for having injured such a sheep." He could not find a better word. "Prince, my dear fellow, leave this and come away with me. I'll show you how Rogojin shows his affection for his friends." Nastasia Philipovna was also much impressed, both with Gania's action and with the prince's reply. Her usually thoughtful, pale face, which all this while had been so little in harmony with the jests and laughter which she had seemed to put on for the occasion, was now evidently agitated by new feelings, though she tried to conceal the fact, and to look as though she were as ready as ever for jesting and irony. "I really think I must have seen him somewhere," she murmured seriously enough. "Oh, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Aren't you ashamed? Are you really the sort of woman you are trying to represent yourself to be? Is it possible?" The prince was now addressing Nastasia in a tone of reproach, which evidently came from his very heart. Nastasia Philipovna looked surprised and smiled, but evidently concealed something beneath her smile, and with some confusion and a glance at Gania, she left the room. However, she had not reached the outer hall when she turned round, walked quickly up to Nina Alexandrovna, seized her hand and lifted it to her lips. "He guessed quite right. I am not that sort of woman," she whispered hurriedly, flushing red all over. Then she turned again and left the room so quickly that no one could imagine what she had come back for. All they saw was that she said something to Nina Alexandrovna in a hurried whisper, and seemed to kiss her hand. Varia, however, both saw and heard all, and watched Nastasia out of the room with an expression of wonder. Gania recollected himself in time to rush after her in order to show her out, but she had gone. He followed her to the stairs. "Don't come with me," she cried. "Au revoir till the evening. Do you hear? Au revoir." He returned thoughtful and confused. The riddle lay heavier than ever on his soul. He was troubled about the prince too, and so bewildered that he did not even observe Rogojin's rowdy band crowd past him and step on his toes at the door as they went out. They were all talking at once. Rogojin went ahead of the others, talking to Ptitsin, and apparently insisting vehemently upon something very important. "You've lost the game, Gania,"
he cried as he passed the latter. Gania gazed after him uneasily, but said nothing. End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.